Hello. Hello, hello. Mic is not. Hello. Hello, hello. A pleasant. It's audible now. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Is it audible? Hello, hello. No, it's not. Please check.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Is it audible now? Hello, hello. Is it audible? No? Audible? Hello, hello. No, it's not working. लाइट तो जल रहा है लेकिन क्यों नहीं काम.
Hello, hello. Check.
Hello, hello. Okay. A pleasant good morning to the dignitaries on the dais, faculties, research scholars, students, and all prospective participants. I, Shubhi Singh, research scholar, Department of Food Process Engineering, welcome you all to the inaugural function of 10 days Global Initiative of Academic Network, GIAN Course. The short-term course entitled Innovative Approaches for Sustainable Blue Circular Bioeconomy of Food and Feed Value Chain is organized from 20th to 29th of December 2024 by the Department of Food Process Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, with the major support of MHRD. Light symbolizes the beginning of auspicious moments and events. I request the dignitaries on the dais to do the honor by lighting the lamp. I request the audience to rise for the same.
इसके बाद मेरा वेलकम है.
Thank you so much, sir. To begin this inaugural program, I would like to invite Dr. Madhuresh Dwivedi, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela, the coordinator of this GIAN course, to deliver his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Professor Brijesh Tiwari, Principal Research Officer, TEAGASC, Ireland, Chief Guest of the event, Professor Subrat Panda, Dean in Charge and PIC Examination, NIT Rourkela, Professor Sisir Kumar Sahu, sir, Institute GIAN Coordinator, and Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, sir, Head of the Department of Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela, my co-course coordinator, Professor Chandra Pradhan, sir, Associate Dean Academic and Professor in Department of Food Process Engineering, all the faculty colleagues, students, and the participants. It gives me immense pleasure to be present in front of you and giving this welcome address for this 10 days GIAN course on innovative approaches for sustainable blue circular bioeconomy of food and feed value chain. As we are beginning this event on this 20th December 2024, we are aiming that with the participation from 30 outside participants, 30 registered from NIT Rourkela from the different Department of Biochemistry, Department of Biomedical, Department of Life Science, Department of Mathematics, Department of Computer Science. So the students, those who have joined our course, they will be gaining a lot when we are going to discuss about the sustainability and the sustainability in the food and feed value chain. As the design of the course, when we discussed that thing, the sustainability was the first motto of our course, and with that motto that we don't have to utilize everything by ourselves, but we have to give or we have to keep something for our coming generations also. With that thought, I really thank and welcome Professor Brijesh Tiwari to the Department of Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela, who has graciously accepted our invitation, and he has motivated me to write this proposal, and this proposal was reviewed and got accepted. I am very much thankful for the GIAN program and the IIT Hyderabad for giving us this opportunity. And with this, because of this event, because of Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, we all are gathered here. I once again welcome Professor Subrat Panda sir, Professor Sisir Kumar Sahu sir, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, and Professor Chandra Pradhan sir to this particular event. And I hope this event will be very fruitful for all the participants and for us also. Thank you so much and welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome note. May I now request Dr. Chandra Pradhan, sir, GIAN Course Coordinator, to welcome our Chief Guest, Professor Subrat Kumar Panda, sir, Dean Academic in Charge, NIT Rourkela. I request Dr. Chandra Pradhan, sir, to welcome our guest speaker, Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, Principal Research Officer, TEAGASC, Ireland. I request Dr. Madhuresh Dwivedi, sir, GIAN Course Coordinator, to welcome Professor Sisir Kumar Sahu, sir, Institute GIAN Coordinator, NIT Rourkela. I request Dr. Madhuresh Dwivedi, sir, GIAN Course Coordinator, to welcome Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, sir, Head of the Department, NIT Rourkela. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, Head of the Department of Food Process Engineering, NIT Rourkela, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Respected distinguished delegates, faculty colleagues, and students and prospective and current participants. As a head of the department, I am really feeling proud. This is the third program in the run for this month. We had a GIAN course, then we had a Spark program, and then this is the third program of the month. And there are 2 other GIAN courses lined up for January. This is really a good opportunity from the Ministry of Education. It's not only for the outside participants but also for our own students. They are getting the exposure and the knowledge and learning from international experts like Professor Brijesh Tiwari. I'm always thankful to him. He has been like helping partner for us since long for our department. Anytime, whatever way we wanted help from him, he always extended that. And thank you for accepting this invitation and coming for this program. Professor Subrat Panda, Dean Academic, in charge for today. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest. Professor Sahu, thank you, sir, for coordinating all the GIAN courses and extending all the help to our department. And today morning he called me, I am on Tapaswini. It's being late, so we thought, okay, that's fine. It's 10 o'clock, we have inauguration, and he made it. He just reached the campus and then came. And our coordinators, Professor Chandra Pradhan and Madhuresh Dwivedi, they have been very active for the department, both coordinating and organizing different conferences, courses and research projects and all academic activities. This is another feeder for them. Thank you for bringing these kind of programs that is extending an opportunity for all of us to get some extra knowledge apart from the regular academic activities. I hope this particular GIAN course will give us an idea and knowledge about how to go about blue circular bioeconomy. It is important for us, as I was telling the other day also, and also director was insisting on reducing the wastage. One other way of reducing the waste is to go for recycling, right? So that is the only way out, as we have been knowing. The land availability is shrinking down, population is going up in a bit, food requirement is coming up in a big way. The only way is to reduce the waste, reduce the crop losses that we are having. In that sense, circular economy is also important when it comes to food and feed, because we have to take care of all, right? So I wish both the coordinators and the expert, Professor Tiwari, all the best for this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Going ahead, we have our special guest and the foreign expert, Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, Principal Research Officer, TEAGASC, Ireland, who will be handling this 10 days short-term GIAN course entitled Innovative Approaches for Sustainable Blue Circular Bioeconomy of Food and Feed Value Chain. Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, obtained his doctoral degree at the University College of Dublin, Ireland in 2009. Before starting his PhD, he was employed as a research scientist at NIFTIM, Thanjavur. Subsequently, during his PhD studies, he secured a lecturer position in University College Dublin and later moved to commence a full-time faculty position in Manchester Metropolitan University, MMU, in 2010. Later, in 2011, he was appointed as a senior lecturer in MMU. Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari had sustained successful track record in obtaining external research funding from EU, SFI, DAFM, EI, and industry. His strong publication track record includes over 200 peer-reviewed research publications, over 100 book chapters, 100 international conference papers, 14 edited authored books, and 1 book series IFST in Advances in Food Science series. Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari is the elected Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, FRSC, Fellow Institute of Food Science and Technology, UK, elected member of the Food Engineering Group of Institution of Mechanical Engineers. He is currently the Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Food Processing and Preservation. He also serves as the editorial board member in Food and Nutrition Sciences, African Journal of Chemistry, and Ultrasonic Sonochemistry. I would like to request Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, the course coordinator of this 10 days course, to enlighten the participants with his informative speech. Over to you, sir.
So first of all, thank you all for organizing this event, and this is second time I'm coming for the GIAN course, and it's really a pleasure being in NIT. So as far as when I see the GIAN course, as I think one of the famous poet has said, teacher doesn't teach us, it's the student who learns. So that means knowledge is flowing. Correct me if I'm wrong in saying this. Knowledge is something like water flowing in a river. And it's up to the student or the people who want to learn something to come and grab that knowledge, whether with the spoon, with the bucket, or to build a dam. In such cases, GIAN course can be seen as a dam. And after that, once you collect that information, you may not be able to use it straight away in your programs because you are all different PhD research, different projects are there. But down the road, as you can produce electricity from a dam, and similar way you can use this knowledge to generate that type of new area of research and learn the translational practices, because one approach, because food research does not create technology on its own. And one thing is quite common for food science is common science, which is not so common in common people. So that's why its majority of the knowledge is there, and how you use that knowledge into practice becomes innovation. So anyway, you're going to hear me for next 10 days, so I don't want to start with the bad, with the boring speech. So I hope you all will enjoy this 10 days course, and it will be really useful to see if you have any questions or anything in the beginning or the end, or during the course of the lecture you can stop me at any point and ask for questions. Yeah? And once again, I thank all the GIAN course coordinator, dean, and head of department, Madhuresh, and Dr. Pradhan for organizing this event. It's always been a pleasure being here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now I invite Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, sir, Institute GIAN Coordinator, NIT Rourkela, to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Respected Chief Guest, Professor Panda, the foreign expert of the GIAN course, Professor Tiwari, Head of Department, Food Process Engineering, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, Course Coordinator, Professor Madhuresh Dwivedi, and Professor Pradhan, dear faculty colleagues, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. So the GIAN program is basically a program of the Ministry of Education designed to tap the talent pool of international experts for the benefit of the country. As its name signifies, is basically GIAN means GIAN in Sanskrit. So it's a, though it has a full form like this. So GIAN enables institutes of higher education in India to invite and host internationally renowned academicians and researchers, facilitating the co-teaching of advanced courses to Indian students and fostering collaborative relationship with experts from around the world. GIAN offers international experts a unique opportunity to familiarize the Indian academic environment by interacting with the students and faculty of the institute, who is already in pace with the department. And coming to the subject, the last course I attended at the food processing, they were talking about precise fermentation. The food was
Basically, it was a discussion of animal-free dairy products, egg white, proteins, breads, all those things, yogurt. Today is the talk of the food is basically it is seafood and beverages. So, like and everything in the looked at in terms of sustainability, and the tool to manage is the BLUE circular bioeconomy, which I am least concerned, but the expert will tell you in detail. So, everybody is looking for the sustainability in food, because water is precious. Water is precious. So, I wish all best of the program, and NIT Rourkela has till now 24 conducted 24 courses before in 3 phases, and currently this is the 4th course and ready to conduct 10 more courses in the phase. All best wishes for the persons involved in making the course a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your noble words. Moving ahead, I request Dr. Madhuresh Dwivedi, sir, to present the token of gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Subrat Kumar Panda, sir, Dean Academic in Charge, NIT Rourkela. I request Dr. Madhuresh Dwivedi, sir, to present the token of gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Brijesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, Principal Research Officer, GIAN, Ireland. I request Dr. Chandra Pradhan, sir, to present the token of gratitude to Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, sir, Institute GIAN Coordinator, NIT Rourkela. I request Dr. Chandra Pradhan, sir, to present the token of gratitude to Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, sir, Head of the Department, NIT Rourkela. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite our chief guest, Professor Subrat Kumar Panda, sir, Dean Academic in Charge and PIC Examination, Department of Mechanical Engineering, NIT Rourkela. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, all of you. And again, welcoming, everybody has welcomed, so I am also having this welcome words. To everyone, those who are respected Brijesh Kumar Mishra, who came for a long, and he has been every time he is inspiration for this food process engineering as well as for us, and as well as Professor Sabyasachi Mishra, food process engineering, head of the department food process engineering, and Professor SK Sahu, GIAN in NIT Rourkela, GIAN coordinator, Professor Madhuresh Dwivedi, the coordinator of this GIAN course, and co-coordinator Professor Chandra Pradhan, including the other faculties, faculty colleague and distinguished guests. I welcome you all. And this is my, I must say, as I am a mechanical engineer, I was just looking into the course name, and the sustainability is the word which has been utilized by every engineers. And I don't know how it is being sustainable for food process engineering, but I was trying to see what is the sustainable for us in a mechanical context. When I see this innovative term, the term is innovative, which is everybody again use their innovation according to their use. And since I am a mechanical engineer, I was thinking about how much innovation to be done in this particular circular economy. As we are discussing with Professor Tiwari, why it is being called as circular, because why it is circular economy, not the linear economy, because people's mind is linear. People work in a linear, and every time the policy tries to make it circular. Because circle, and as a mechanical engineer, linears are having some stress concentration, but circle doesn't have. It will always flow. So in order to have a flow and continuity, it is necessary to have a circle. At the same time, this circle also having a problem with a mechanical engineer. If there is a circular hole, or there is a circular this circle itself creates a lot of issues, because during the meshing or not, because I am from FEM, using FEM, we always find it is difficult to mesh something if it is circular or something shape is irregular. And mostly since it is irregular in nature, so to make it regular is difficult. And if I will take one example from here, the sustainability, particularly mechanical point of view, the waste, as you said, the sustainable is the word, the buzzword people are using only to reduce the waste. How to reduce the waste? People are taking, according to our different engineering concept, will take the problem in a different way. Here the sustainability, how to reduce the waste, and we the people, like those who are working in advanced materials, or those who are working in the material science itself or material modeling, they find the waste of the seafood, the crab shell, which is most useful. It has some bio possibility, or you can say it is biocompatible, to utilize in some of the cases. By utilizing the same waste can be utilized. The waste of someone's is the input of the other one. Like in our mechanical engineering, people are working in additive manufacturing, and earlier there is no subtractive manufacturing. The waste of the subtractive manufacturing is the input of the additive manufacturing. Similarly, the waste of the food, the seafood, can be utilized in the advanced material model, or can be utilized in the advanced material position, in any form can be utilized as a small part. If you can consume, every single person of those who are working in material, if they start consuming a part of the waste, so the whole waste can be reduced. The major intuition of this course, or whatever this circular economy, because ecology engineers are not, what I understand, engineers, and there is a fine line difference between an engineer and a scientist. Engineers always thinks about the economy, scientist doesn't think about the economy, because he is not a cost oriented mind. He always thinks something can be innovated which can be utilized to the mankind. Engineers also thinks in the similar way, but engineer finally find out if there is not economical, the design is not economical, it cannot be adopted by the any market or anything. Something has to be marketed. For that, your economical vital economical or viable of economy viability has to be looking into that. And moreover, there is a always the sustainability term comes in hand, ecology as well as the economy should come in hand, and which is not possible. And there is always a merger. People try to make it ecology, if you will go, economy will grow, so ecology go down. They are inversely proportional, and to maintain a particular permanent kind of solution, it is not 100%. Carnot cycle says nothing, no engine is 100%, or Carnot cycle according to ideal engine, it cannot be possible. Similarly, here also people tries, or researchers tries to find some other way by which, if it is not 100%, it can be achieved up to 80% also, or 60%. Like gas turbine engine, only 35% is efficient, but still every single aerospace structure, aircraft structure is working on this 35% efficiency. So based on that understanding, or based on that faith, people are working to make it thus linear to circular. So by saying this much, you will learn many things, and I just want to take this the last part, this advanced material, how it can be utilized. I will see wherever it is possible we can get into, because mechanical people always having a continuous process of what I understand, because without which this research are going, we are also working in now. Mechanical people are also working in food process engineering as well. So I am also particularly, I am working also in the similar areas, if it is possible, because there is a possibility when somebody from mechanical working in food process engineering giving some output in chemistry, then people start thinking, you are genius. So finally, I don't know where we are going to stand, but still we are trying to do similar kind of things. Let's see what happens, and best of luck to everyone. And please have a look, because research, it says Anusandhan, and you just go on Sandhan. If you will find, you will go on repeating the same. You may find, as Professor Tiwari has already indicated, you may got sense of something of new research. It may useful to you, may not be. And no result till date. My policy or my philosophy is that any result I find, if it is wrong also, I keep this for some time with me, at least 4 years, 5 years. Who knows, tomorrow it will be useful for me. And it is useful, and I find it is useful. And by saying this much of word, I am just closing here my discussion, and I don't want to take long. And again, once again, welcome you all, and once again, congratulating the Professor Tiwari to conducting such type of courses, to giving us, at least this mechanical people, a different kind of spark to understand the things in the mechanical way. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Chandra Pradhan, sir, Professor NIT Rourkela and coordinator of this course, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and all my dear students, a very good morning to all of you. A warm welcome to this NIT Rourkela campus and to the Department of Food Process Engineering. It is a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks in this inaugural session. And first, I would like to thank Professor Subrat Kumar Ponda, the Dean Academy in charge and PIC examination. So he is too busy because he is going to publish his result, and also the crash course is going on, conducting exam and other all this so many things to do in academic section. So we request him to be chief guest and spare his valuable time here. He agreed, and he is here. Thank you so much, Panda sir, for being here in this inaugural session. Thank you so much. And Professor S.K. Sahu sir, who is today morning only he came from Bhubaneswar, as Professor Mishra sir told. He was in at 9 o'clock he was in Rajgangpur, and at 10 o'clock he is here at GIAN Course. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence, and you are always inspiring for this GIAN Course to whole NIT. Thank you so much, sir. And Professor Brijesh K Tiwari, who came along with from the Ireland. So he traveled from Ireland to Delhi, Delhi to Banaras, and Banaras to Ranchi, and again from night 12 o'clock from Ranchi to our NIT Rourkela campus at a speed of 40 kilometer or 30 kilometer per hour in train. So you imagine at the night 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, he traveling through a car with 30 kilometers per speed, and he took his rest, and he's here for inauguration. Thank you so much, sir, and you are always with us, and whatever help we want from him, as a senior, as a mentor, as a professor, as a professionally, he always stand with us to help us at every stage. Thank you so much, sir, being present here. I also thank our HOD, Professor Mishra. He's always inspiring. He's always supporting us, whatever it may be the departmental thing, maybe in this workshop, this conference, anything, research, anything. He's always supporting, and with this support, now the department is growing, and we are still looking forward to grow further with his able leadership. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. I also thanks all the NIT Rourkela administration, including directors, sir, registrar, sir. Today they are out of station, and thank you in absentia. And I also thank all the employee and staff who are directly and indirectly involved in this GIAN course. I also thanks all the faculty members of our department, other department who are present here, and all HODs and other dignitary, other professor who are present here for your valuable time. Thank you so much, sir, all to present in this inaugural session. I also thank all the Untitled team, including Professor Ratnakar and Mr. Pati and his team for this all this arrangement and YouTube online broadcasting. Thank you, sir, for all your help for this inaugural GIAN session and all the 10 days of this GIAN course. I also thanks all the student participants who come across the India, and our students who are present here for this inaugural session and for this all the this 10 days from December 20 to 29 for this GIAN course. I also thanks to our the National GIAN Coordinator, IIT Hyderabad, and the Ministry of Education, who is sponsoring this GIAN course. With their support, with their guidance, with their help, we are able to conduct this and this inaugural session. And I hope we will be going smoothly with this all the session with the in this all the according to their guidelines. Thank you, IIT Hyderabad and the Ministry of Education. Last but not the least, Professor Madhuresh, who has taken all the pen. Actually, he's the man who has taken all the pen. I'm not done anything. Okay, he has done anything, whatever that we are seeing, and everything. So thank you, Madhuresh, for arranging such a nice arrangement and organizing all this session, conducting the courses with Professor Brijesh Tiwari. And I also thank you all the student volunteer who are back support, who are supporting us for every program, including today host Ms. Subi Singh. Thank you. And thank you all. And here I also want to inform that all are giving this importance to the sustainable blue circular economy, food and feed value chain, because as Sisi told and Professor Madhuresh told, this is highlighting the marine and the seafood. Okay, so we are happy to. I am happy to inform you that Professor Madhuresh and Professor Brijesh Tiwari, they are fully vegetarian, and they are working on this marine and seafood. This is what the sustainable approach is there. So congratulations, and thank you all who are directly and indirectly involving in this GIAN course. Thank you all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. On the behalf of Organizing Committee of GIAN Course, I would like to thank our chief guests and all other delegates. With this, we are winding up our session, and we will start our lecture series as per the schedule shortly. I request all the participants to be here after having high tea, which is arranged outside the hall. Thank you so much.
So all the participants, please have high tea outside, and please come back at 10:55 positively, because 11 o'clock our session will be live for the lecture first. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Brijesh, and you already know about what we are going to cover today. So first of all, this is the first lecture, so going to talk about the overview of blue bioeconomy. And there's one humble request: if you have any questions, feel free to stop me in between. Otherwise, it will look like completely a monotonous one. I keep speaking, and then I'll presume either you are understanding everything or nothing is being understood. So what we're going to cover today, first and foremost, is concept of economies, circular versus bioeconomy, and what is blue bioeconomy. So do you all or anybody think what really a blue bioeconomy means? So this shows how it's going to be moving forward, yeah. So what is to do with the color? What does blue implies? Blue shirt or blue trouser or blue dress? So how many of you have idea what a economy is? I am dead sure that nobody here is an economist. Neither do I. So it's very interesting when the scientists, engineers, and researchers, they all talk about economy and circular economy, blue economy, everything. So if you see in terms of economy, so there are several different colors of economy. So how many colors can you identify here? Green economy, you would have heard a lot about it. White economy, gray economy, orange, silver, black, yellow, purple and orange, it's together. It's not mistake, it's intentionally done there. Red and blue. So do you understand anything about any of these colors? Yeah?
If I talk only about color, curve is blue. If only talking about color, for me, I know that blue color keeps evils away.
Very good. What about the black one? So because you have a blue jacket, that's why you're thinking blue keeps evils away, yeah?
No, it's in Chinese, they make their doors and everything blue, so I know that.
Okay.
Rest I will be knowing by this session.
Okay, that's great. So I'll quickly go through first few ways how different types of economies are described, and stop me in between if you wish to. So first one is green economy. That means we are trying to green everything. So basically it means environmental sustainability and low carbon development. And I'm not going to cover exactly what sustainability means and how it is being addressed. That will do it in the third lecture, which will be today evening. And the principles focus here on renewable energy. That means whatever we are using, fossil-based economy compared to non-fossil based, sustainable agriculture, resource efficiency, climate change mitigation. So when we talk about renewable energy, can you name any of the renewable energy? Tidal energy, solar energy, this is all renewable one. Non-renewable, that means it's exhaustive, energy coming from coal or so, yeah. Any of those principles comes under the green economy. So it's, as this morning it was mentioned, there is nothing can be circular, most of the operations are linear, but we try to make it circular by reusing it, or by creating a loop where we can use a waste of one becomes input for other. Simple example is, if you take a meat industry, muscle of any animal is a flesh of an animal is a food product, whereas a skin is a waste from the food industry. Whereas for the leather industry, skin is the main product, flesh is a side stream. So that's one of the examples. There could be 100 different examples related to that. So this is one to do with the green economy. Second one is white economy. So white economy is mainly related to health and care industries. The healthcare industries, health services, biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, well-being and social care, or all these things are considered as white economy. So it is not that white money or a black money. So its white one is often related to health and care industries. So there are basically 12 different colors of economy. Third is grey economy, which is mainly informal economy. You all know outside this NIT there is a small thela redi wala who makes sell tea, coffee, chaat and all those stuff, and you would have seen in lately in Government of India, there have been regulation, they started regulating bit of informal economy, because that contributes extensively to national economy as well as employment creation. This is neither illegally or nor fully regulated. So like unregistered laborers or small scale trading, street vendors, or music and dance shows and all those street one, all is classified into grey economy. Other one is a brown economy, that is high carbon, environmentally unsustainable activity. As you can see from this, related to coal, gas and oil. So don't go into this 24, 23 and 38% figures. These belongs to a specific country, that amount of energy coming from these three different sources. So here we rely heavily on fossil fuels. What are fossil fuels? Are they biofuels? Technically they are biofuels, because yeah.
I mean coal and all, coal, petroleum.
Yeah, technically they are also a sort of biofuels technically, because coal is also created from copra, yeah, and this is all the biomasses which has been buried under the earth thousands and thousands years ago, which converts into oil. So that's why they are fossil fuel, because they are coming from the fossil. So ultimately they are also biological, but they are not renewable, because we cannot make it straight away and use it. So there is no clear-cut definition what will be can be exactly classified as a biofuel. That's one way. Biological origin is considered as a biofuel, or the fuel which is not coming from coal, gas or using oil. So coal-fired power plants or anything which involves deforestation activities comes under brown economy, and this list is not exhaustive. There are larger definitions, there are multiple books related to each and every economy written by proper economists, not a agriculture scientist or a food scientist writing about economies. So other one is silver economy. So that is bit related to white economy, that is healthcare, but economic activities centered around aging population, that is for senior citizens, innovations targeting older demographies, or retirement and elderly focused technology. So you must be wondering how all these things are related to blue bioeconomy or the fish or a shellfish. So you'll see how all these things are coming together and making some relevance. Now this is black economy. This is not exactly the opposite of white economy, but illegal or informal economical activities. So how popular is this? We all talk about black economy, yeah. So this is all to do with evading tax, smuggling, unregulated labors, underground market or duplicate products, or evading tax. That means causing negative impact on exchequer, that's on the government income. So this is all to do with black economy. It took a while for me to find the logo with the rupee on it. So that's so this is what we will consider as a black economy. Now yellow one. So yellow economy is what is mainly related to knowledge driven. Some can be innovation related centered activities, knowledge driven. Examples are, well, the most latest examples related to artificial intelligence, technology, R&D, or education as a driver of growth. So even this GIAN course can come into a sector of yellow economy. So AI driven businesses, technical startup, education, technology, creative industries, this is all will be classified as yellow economy. Purple is related to cultural and creative industries. So many of you are also involved in creative activities, art and heritage, creative expression as an economic driver, film, music, cultural tourisms, and all this will be considered as a purple economy. One quick question, am I going very fast, very slow? Not at 30 km/h speed? It took really, it really took 6 hours from Ranchi to here because the driver was extra careful in night time. So in this case, all this is cultural activities, creative activities are classified as purple economy. Now, red economy, high environmental impact and industrial extractions. So that is quite similar to your brown economy, which is again resource intensive process, heavily dependent on fossil fuels or non-renewable resources, that is mining. Mining is one of the greatest example of this, and all of this belt is for mining of coals, mining of iron ore and all. So these are all related to red economy, which are very energy intensive and also have huge environmental impact. Yeah. So with this different colors, as I mentioned, this is orange economy, which was the circle which was very close to your silver one, sorry, close to the purple one, is to do all with the creative economy, emphasizing cultural innovations, that is content creation, intellectual property rights, that is developing technologies or not exactly developing technology, but maintenance of that technology, patents, and all will be classified as orange economy. Various video games, and digital tools will be considered within this particular orange economy. So this is orange, and then this is the one which is we are going to focus on, the blue economy. So blue economy is how do we make best use of our ocean, marine or freshwater resources. Over next 10 days, I will be interchangeably, whenever I say marine, freshwater also included in it. So what is the amount of water on the globe? 70%, yeah. So 30% is land, 70% is the water. And how important is the water? How much is the water content of human body? 70%, yeah, approximately same 70%. So most of the marine species also have nearly about 70. Even if you take a seaweed, their moisture content is also 70 plus, right. So 70 becomes very, very important. So that's why the emphasis on blue economy is huge at the moment from Europe. And blue economy plays a major role in Southeast Asia, as you will see majority of the diet with Southeast Asian countries are all related to seafood or sea based products. Yeah. So principle here is ocean health, marine biodiversity and conservation, responsible fishing and aquaculture. What do we mean by aquaculture? Aqua also means water in Spanish language, yeah. So what is aquaculture? Any of the cultivation happening in water given is known as aquaculture. Yeah, please. Any question?
Sir, cultivation of aquatic animals.
Yeah, cultivation of aquatic animal, yes, exactly. This is also aquaculture. Aquaculture is a bigger word which includes cultivation of seaweeds, that is sea plants. We call it seaweeds, but they are not basically a weed, this is a sea plant. Example written here is the sugar kelp, that is Saccharina latacema. You will see this word in when we start going for the production and aquaculture system. So this is the seaweed from where we get all our alginates, carrageenans, which is heavily used in ice cream as a thickening agent. Then you have mussels, that is again shellfish, yeah, that is your animal. At the same time crab cultivation, all this thing together, plus you have your wild harvest. Wild harvest, that is available on the sea, you just go and collect it, that is wild harvest. Other one is aquaculture. So in traditional time we used to harvest fruits from the forest, that will be wild harvest. If the same fruits are grown in a farm, that will be cultivation. Yeah. So that's the way aquaculture is defined. So within this blue economy is not only related to food, but also with your wind, tidal energy. Oceans are also used for recreational purposes, tourism. What else? Also contributes to black economy through smuggling. You would have seen a lot of movies are there, right? Yeah. A lot of movies are there using sea route for smuggling and other things. So maritime borders are there as well as for transportation of goods from one country to another. So the relevance of water is bigger. But when you talk about blue economy, looks, it's only a blue economy. But it's having a huge role impacting almost every other economy what you have studied. So black economy may not be impacting directly the blue economy, but blue economy will have impact on all other economy. Do you agree or you do not agree? You should disagree also. For example, the mining, that's again your red economy or orange economy, or extracting oil is not only from the land but also from the seabeds. Yeah, that becomes an important. Tourism, that is using wind as a transportation through boats and export through river. All these economies are also related to blue economy. Yeah. So this is the beauty of circularity. You can relate one thing with anything. Yeah. So that becomes an important aspect. So one of the most important thing is whatever new terminology you may come across through this lecture, feel free to ask me about each and every terminology, because once you know about the wording of that, that makes things easier. Yeah. So that is what is to do with blue economy. So that was only the basics of the economy from a researcher perspective or from a scientist perspective. So now in front of economy, if I add bio, what it becomes? Very good, it becomes bioeconomic. Sandhi vichhed, you know, like two different words, join it together, then what do you call that? If you divide a word into two, it becomes sandhi vichhed, but if you join two words together, what is called? Sabdavali? No. I also forgot, I studied when I was in a school. Yeah. So basically bioeconomy, that means all those economic activities, all different 12 forms of activity, of economic activities, if they all have a biological origin, it becomes bioeconomy. Very simple definition, no complication. So if you are using coal as a fuel, instead of this coal, if you use biological source for fuel, it becomes bioeconomy. Yeah. So that means if you start using your wood, that becomes bioeconomy. Yeah. But you may say we don't want to use the coal because of CO2 emissions or CO emission, carbon monoxide emission. Burning of wood also causes CO2 emissions, methane emissions and carbon monoxide. Yeah. So the whole purpose here is to have a proper balance, so that the sources which are emitting carbon dioxide, and there is also a sink. The whole story of the sustainability is the balance is not there. It's not that if you do not use coal, things will be better. The problem is if we have amount of CO2 produced is sequestered by the plants on this earth. That is the balance what we know, which we call it as sustainability. Yeah. Sustainability, one simple meaning is to sustain. Yeah. Even if you have whatever money you have, you stop your employment after working for 20 years, you will sustain your life till the end of your, till the time you are there on this earth. But you want to have better than that. So a whole fight and everything is to do how we can make it a balance. So at the moment the concept goes more drifting towards biological origin. So one question, what do you think, what is the largest biomass on this earth? Largest biomass, animal, plant, bacteria, yeast, fungi and all those biomasses. Yeah. What is the largest in your opinion? Huh? Plants. Plant is the largest one. Okay. Second?
Undersea, those planktons.
No, all over the earth. Forget about the water now. All over the earth, including water as well as the land, what is the largest biomass? Plant. That's, you are correct. Oh, sorry, I pressed something. Yeah. Plant is the largest biomass. What is the second largest biomass on this earth? Guess. If you guess it right, I'll get you one chocolate.
Those excretas of the animals?
No, biomass. Take it as a living being or something, yeah? Fungi. How many of you agree with him? Second largest is bacteria, isn't it? Yeah, second largest is bacteria. When I read this sequence, even I was amazed to see that. That was a part of proceedings of academic PANS journal. That was latest study, and plants constitute what percentage? Almost 96% of biomass on this earth is related to plant. Second one is the bacteria. Third one, your friend mentioned about the fungi, and where the humans come. Human contribution is 0.06%. So think such a small amount of biomass is controlling everything. Yeah. So that is why it is now been, this is one of the things why it is presumed, why we think bioeconomy is the way forward. And technically everything is occupied or originates from biological side. And what's the second one is circular economy. So what is the circular economy in your opinion now? How will define circular economy now? Sorry, Mike. Yeah.
So the waste of one industry can be used as the input of other industry so that nothing goes waste. So that's termed as circular economy.
True. Any other definition? Any other defining that? She's correct, yeah. Any other? In fact, she covered all majority or definition part of circular economy in single sentence. That's great. So circular economy is how we can create circles out of a simple linear equation. As the Professor Panda was mentioning, there's a linear, just try to make it circle. Yeah. And what is the most stable structure? Is like is a square is the most stable structure or circle? Which one is most stable structure? Circle. So even if you make a well square, it becomes circle over time. Yeah. So that's why now this is again, you can quote me that I said like circular will be most stable one, but 50 years down the road we are not sure whether this will be a really a great concept, because now we see everywhere plastic is being eliminated. Now we go with a jute bag and other entities, but somebody created polyethylene coming out of the biorefinery process and was lauded to make a lighter material which is much more stronger and flexible. But now same plastic which solved the problem 200 years ago of the jute bags, now jute bags are considered as an alternative to plastic. Yeah. So that's but need of the hour is how we create circularity and bioeconomy. So how do we define circular economy? Resource efficiency and waste elimination. So any of the given process in a sequence, whether it's a food processing, your own activity, how you can create a loop. Even if you take your daily activities, you get up in the morning, you consume tea or a coffee, your tea bag or something, you create a waste, put it in a bin. How you can make use of it? A, you have a clothes, do you need to iron it every day or you need to wash it every day? So those are the questions. It's not like stop taking a bath and so that you save a water, but you create a problem on the other side, you become unhealthy. Yeah. So that is the balance what you are talking about. Yeah. It's not that avoiding waste will always solve the problem. Replacing every plastic, personally, I do not see as a best solution. That's why when plastics were banned in the country, there were single-use plastics were restricted, because they are the one which creates the waste. Lot of what you call a small pouch, you get pan parag and all those things, gutka and all, right? Something which is consumed a lot. I consumed heavily from the area where I originate from, Varanasi side. But now they made it as a packaging one, the plastic or something which degrades, so that you don't see much of the problem in environment. Yeah. So principles: recycling, reusing and repairing. So the concept of repairing is completely eliminated or was eliminated few years ago in Europe. That means phone is gone, get a new one, that's gone. It's now repairing, those repair things are gone, like nobody tries to repair, they just replace it, because replacement costs are cheaper compared to repairing cost. Buying a trouser is cheaper compared to getting it stitched. 10 years ago, this wasn't the story. Yeah. Designing out waste and pollution, that means how you can eliminate the waste or how you can reduce the pollution. Prolonging the product life cycle, that means how we can extend the shelf life. So if I use a technology or if we provide a solution to extend the shelf life of a product, will it contribute to circular economy? Because we are eliminating the waste. Yeah, that is reducing the potential waste. So that will be in one sense. Yeah. So remember one thing, these are not the definition what you read in a book or a paper becomes the writing on the wall. You can create your own definitions and you can create your own loops to prove the point. So research is not restricted to a specific group of people. Everybody whosoever is involved in activity is equally capable of contributing to it. So simple definition or is closed loop manufacturing or second hand markets. These are the two examples. So if you will see virgin material, that is any raw biomass, you do extraction, processing, production, that includes development, assembly, distribution. This is not exactly a food example. And then you have use, that is purchase, application, end of use, then you dispose it. Yeah. You can fit here as making a iPhone, suppose. Yeah, you make iPhone, you do lot of extraction of different minerals or metals and all to make it assembly. Yeah, you produce it. I'm giving completely different example. For me, giving food example is much easier. Whereas you use it, you purchase it, and then you use it, and then what do you do is when it is gone. How many of you use a smartphone? Almost everybody. Yeah. What happened to those old cell phones? You know, like Nokia 2100, all those type of phones. What happened to those phones? They're still in use. People they do use it. When you get it replaced, somebody else is using it. So that is also a principle of circular economy. Yeah. And then instead of disposing, how you can create circularity. That means extracting minerals out of it, extracting the chip, or using a phone to make something else. Yeah. So that is the way you can create a circularity. So as I said, innovation is important. That means how you think about it and how you can make use of it. And I can bet you, if you see any of the processes, you can come up with the brilliant ideas. Yeah. Because majority of the inventions and innovation are done by those who never went to college. Do you agree with that? I'll give you an example. Thomas Edison, when he was making a bulb, he failed more than 1,000 times. So his colleague said, "Oh, you're still trying it? You failed 1,000 times?" He said, "No, I did not fail 1,000 times. I know 1,000 times it won't work." Yeah. So that is important to remember. It's not that if you want to make use of seafood waste or apple pomace, what you will do first? First you will go to the library or a journal to see what people they have done. Yeah. But that's not the right approach. First think about yourself. Yeah. Then come up with the process, then try to see how A can be converted to B. So knowledge is one thing and innovation is another. We use money to create knowledge, like you are paying the fee, you are going to university, such a big infrastructure, government is spending money for you to get the knowledge. Yeah. But how you make use of knowledge becomes innovation. So making use of knowledge to make money becomes innovation, and innovation, when you make a money, part of that money goes to create a knowledge. That is the way of knowledge intensive economy operates. Yeah. For example, if you are driving a vehicle and you want to check the fuel level in a car or in a scooter or a bike, it's a dark, so you need a light source to see the fuel. From where we can get a light source? Either by a torch or by using a matchstick. So what you will use? Both are giving a light. Torch. Why not matchstick? Matchstick will catch fire with the fuel. So fuel catches fire with matchstick is the knowledge. Yeah. Light is required to see the level. Yeah. That's another knowledge. Application of that knowledge is innovative one. Yeah. So that does not mean somebody whosoever is knowledgeable will create best amount of money on this earth. No. Yeah. Am I clear in saying that? Never to think that you got 40% marks and somebody got a 90% marks. So the 40% mark fellow cannot do anything. That's not true. Yeah. So that's an important message. So concept of re, up and down cycling. So reduce, reuse and recycle. So what does mean by reducing? Reducing the waste, reusing it or recycling. Yeah. You know this, correct? So this is called re word. What is upcycling or downcycling? Any idea what will be the difference between recycling, upcycling and downcycling? Recycling is easy. Reusing discarded material to create a product of similar or lower value. Yeah. That means you have a product and how you create another product of inferior quality, that is recycled material, polyester recycled, plastic recycled, or you have a water bottle, you have created the water, you bought for this for 20 euros or 20 rupees or something, but next time you fill in the water, but you use it for yourself or you sell it for 5 rupees. It happens at railway stations and other places. Yeah. So that is again reusing it. So this is called recycling or reusing. Yeah. Upcycling, creating a better value of the discarded material. Can you give an example of upcycling?
From food waste, if there are a lot of food waste are there, from that we will be extracting any colors or any other phenolic compounds, or from seafood waste we will be extracting chitins, and it can be utilized for food packaging and other applications. Value added products will be making.
Correct. Is there any live example you have? Yeah, you are right actually. This is can be like for instance, I will give you example from Irish context. The milk is used to produce cheese. Yeah. So your paneer is expensive or a milk is expensive? Paneer is expensive. Yeah. And then what you get left over is a whey. Yeah, whey or mattha, whatever you call it, right? So have you ever thought the industry will create a cheese to produce only whey?
No, sir. No.
This is what happens. Because whey protein is more expensive than a milk or a cheese. You see all the market, you know, the what you call all the bodybuilders and everybody buys whey protein isolate. So cheese is created only for whey. So that means all the technology is done to increase the yield of paneer or cheese was good in 1980s, 1990s. But since 1990s, more and more protein into a whey is making more money. Yeah? So that is an example of upcycling. You went very advanced example, that's good, but I was looking for a simple example. The cheese is one. From fish and any of the side stream you can get high value ingredient. Yeah? Now, example of downcycling, where you degrade the value of a raw material. Any example? There can be plenty. Yeah.
Sir, automobiles.
Explain.
After buying a car, even after 1 month, the value gets degraded.
Yeah. True in one way, but the main thing for downcycling is if the value is there. Yeah. The car you bought it, still value will decrease for every product. Yeah. Downcycling, what I mean here in this context, you have a raw material which is 1000 rupee and you create a product which is not even 100 rupees. What's an example how you can downgrade it? Suppose you are a scientist, yeah, or you are doing research, you can solve the technical matter, yeah, but you have been given a typist job to type something, yeah. So downgrading the value of it, or you buy an expensive mushroom from the shop, yeah, and you are trying to make dried mushroom or something, yeah. So downcycling is raw material value is more and the created product is having a less value. 90% of cases this does not happen. Raw material is always upgraded, but sometimes upgraded material is a raw material and you create a product which is of no use or of a low value. Yeah? There can be a numerous example. Yeah? Best you hired a best chemical engineer or best IT professional and ask him to cook a food. Yeah? That is a perfect example of downcycling the skills. Yeah? Same way you get the best cook, very expensive cook, and you ask him to do something which is not his forte. Yeah? So that is example of downcycling, upcycling and recycling. Yeah? So this is all coming under your wider ambit of circular economy and somewhat related to bioeconomy. So I leave on to you guys how you draw your own concept of circular economy and bioeconomy. Yeah. So this is very wordy. So bioeconomy is all the activities which are involved production, use and conservation of biological resources, plant, animal, microorganisms, related knowledge, science, technology and innovation. So everything related to the production, usage, preservation and conversion of those into value added ingredient will cover into bioeconomy. Yeah? Does this definition sounds okay? Of course it has to be, it is not my own one, it has been taken a proper definition for bioeconomy. And if you open any of the scientific literature or book, you will see hundreds of different definitions. So best thing is to define it in your own word. What type of plant? Yeast is not a plant, microorganism, yeast, bacteria, any of those microorganisms or plant, whether it is a tomato or it is a sea plant, and everything comes under bioeconomy. So biological resources, biomass from agriculture, that includes side streams as well, forestry, fisheries, aquaculture, agriculture, production, bioenergy, biotechnology, pharmaceutical, that is again whatever word you have, if you have bio word in front of it, becomes biological. You know about material science, other one is biomaterial science, that is material coming from biological origin. Sectors are these, and then sustainability focus on creating circular systems, that means how we can create a circularity. That means if you have a plant, take for example apple, you get an apple juice, apple pomace to obtain your pectin. Yeah, you might be thinking why I am not giving the fish example. Yeah, because you'll get, as somebody mentioned in the morning, you know, I'm vegetarian, yeah. Keep giving a plant example because fish example will come down the road, yeah. So you have pectin, you get a juice, left over is a pectin, and from pectin what you do? You can make a biodegradable packaging material, or left of the biomass can go for compost. You want to extract phenolics, as your friend wanted to extract a lot of bioactives, different applications, and it goes for fertilizer, and the same fertilizer is used for the same plant. So making it complete circle, yeah. But in this process you have to be sure the technology what you use, chemicals what you use, they all should be environment friendly, otherwise you can't make use of it, yeah. So that is also another thing which comes into the circular economy. In nutshell, bioeconomy, circular economy, blue circular economy, all these are complicated concepts. Anything, everything can come in, but with a specific logic, yeah. So I can bet you whatever you answer you are going to give, you are not going to be wrong in this sense. Innovation relies on biotechnology, synthetic biology, processes or products developed through these type of technologies. Economic social impact, obviously all the economic activity, since we have economy word, it has to be related to job creation and employment. So if you will see this particular figure over here, this is coming from the document, this Irish Bioeconomy Action Plan, which we have been responsible for creating a bioeconomy action plan for the economy. What all it should include? One is natural and biological sources, biorefineries for sustainability and circularity, developing bio-based society and economy. That means anything, everything, whatever is being used in day-to-day life in a society or for economic purposes comes from biological origin, not from fossil or collaborative and informed bioeconomy development. That means everything whatever is happening, how we can learn from different experiences. So we have to learn a lot from Southeast Asia when it comes to blue economy, how to manage the marine resources, whereas when it comes to other side to using energy, solar energy and all those elements, so how all this thing will encompass into bioeconomy. So that means systematic thinking and innovation for use of land and marine ecosystem addressing sustainability, circularity of a bio-based system. So agriculture, is there any other word which is related to agriculture? Have you heard of mariculture, podiculture? Yeah. So there are a lot of, and what is horticulture?
Sir, cultivation of fruits, vegetables, flowers, species
Correct.
and condiments.
And floriculture?
Cultivation of flower.
True. And podiculture?
Sir, जो spices और condiments.
It's PAU, podiculture.
After cooking जिसको हम add करते हैं.
Yeah. So there are a lot of different, yeah, well, podiculture is again, and even silviculture is there, right?
Cultivation of
silkworm and all. So they, all these are coming from the biological sources, broadly classified as agriculture. Yeah. When we were student, we used to call days ka culture agriculture. Yeah. And then you have a forestry, all the bioresources, everything coming from the forest. So even though there are certain trees where a certain type of bacterial infection is added into the tree, over a year the plant releases certain chemical to overcome that bacterial infection, and that particular wood is used in making high quality, very expensive perfumes, like what you use, Gucci Bloom, yeah. All those perfumes they have, I'm talking about the guy who keeps all the evil forces away. I like that statement because even I am in a blue shirt today. Yeah. Then we have aquaculture, we already discussed. Or what will be the new sources of biomass? Any idea? Yeah.
Apiculture.
Okay, there's a bees, yeah?
Bees, beekeeping.
Okay.
honey production.
True, yeah, all this will be classified in agriculture. What I am asking, what will be the new sources of biomass, new biomass? Good.
Nowadays insects are there, then
Yeah.
Microbial biomass.
Okay, yes. Microbial biomass like yeast?
Like yeast, then single cell proteins.
Single cell protein and anything
Algae.
else?
Algae.
Algae, and all these will be classified novel sources of biomass. Yeah. Even now in Europe and other places, pulses are also new sources of protein or alternative protein. You would have seen a lot of literature. Yeah. So all this thing, anything which has not been consumed as a regular food will be considered as novel source of biomass. Novel food regulation as per the EU, any of the food product which has not been in consumption prior to 2008 becomes novel food. So every organization, not organization, every regulations are different, whether it is Indian one is through what? Who regulates the food in India? What is the full form? Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Yeah. So what is EFSA? European Food Safety Authority. Yeah. And what is FDA?
Food and Drug Administration.
Good. And what is Codex Alimentarius? Who looks after Codex Alimentarius? Global one.
FAO
Yeah?
and WHO. FAO and WHO.
Correct. FAO is Food and Agriculture Organization. They come up with Codex Alimentarius. Yeah. So they all have different definitions. Whose definition is correct? Whose regulations are better? If start saying here, there will be a war. Yeah. So, but every regulation is based on the local needs and the needs of the society, needs of that organization. Yeah. So that's one. So what all is included in bioeconomy? Your industries, economic sector, semi-state commercial companies that processes biological resources that need modernization. Yeah. That is also a part of bioeconomy. It's a huge one. It's not only related to the biology. Cities, regions, communities where biological resources are accumulated and need to address challenges. Domestic waste. You'll see all the bins are there. Recycled, plastic, recycled and general waste. How many of you segregate the waste in different bins? I can bet none. Yeah. Sometimes very difficult to read the label what is recyclable, which is non-recyclable, and how do you remove the cake from from the plastic to put it into biofertilizer side or other one. Yeah. So there is the insect concept is very good. You have such type of mixed waste, you grow the insect there, so insect only will eat the food material, your plastic is easily separated and you create a new biomass, and that insect is useful for poultry feed. Yeah. Right. Or the insect is useful for making your chitin or then oil which can be used as an engine oil. Yeah. Or the packaging material. So that is again called innovative or systematic thinking. Yeah. There is no point in growing an insect on a biomass which is already an important biomass. That will be downcycling. There is no point in growing an insect like black soldier fly on apple. Yeah. That is a perfect example of downcycling. See, I didn't get that example while doing that one. Yeah. So systematic thinking. Systems and sectors seeking defossil and to green their supply through bio-based product. So any of the industry, even transport industry, use a lot of fossil fuel. How you can get rid of fossil fuel and have biological origin fuel in it. Yeah. Instead of having a car and driving the car, burning the fuel, if 4 people are sitting inside, those 4 people can push it from the back it will be again a sort of bioeconomy, right? Do you agree with that? Because biological source is driving that particular car, yeah? No, I do get those type of examples also, but from the school kids, when we do some of these type of stuff for school kids, they come up with those type of example, and nothing wrong in that one, yeah? So that is all to do with your bioeconomy. Now, if you'll see, this is visualization of circular economy. There are two cycles, one is a biological cycle, other one is technical cycle. So manufacturing is quite common. So you have a product, you use it, collect it, disassemble, separate it, and you get technical nutrients or whatever. So just don't go with this image, just look at the wording, and then how it is being, whatever is produced here is to do with your, suppose, t-shirt, yeah? This is a technical part. Biological part is you grow crops. Am I right or wrong? Wrong. Start from here. You have product, t-shirt, use it. Then what you do it? You compost it if it is made up of cotton. The problem comes with the cotton is mixed with elastic one, you know, like stretchable ones, yeah? They becomes very difficult to recycle. This is the biggest challenge at the moment from the textile sector. Then you get your nutrient, and then you have organic cultivation. So that means our past generations, 100 or 200, 300 years ago, when they are focusing only on a cotton and jute, so they were much more smarter than current generation, yeah? Obviously, cotton shirt is very difficult to iron. Because of that reason, I just avoid that one, yeah? But that creates another problem. Ironing will take an energy, so how you take it, things in a bigger picture becomes important. So biological size, consumption of products and material, use of product and material, yeah? So that is all biological cycle and technical cycle, how all the things are related. So if you fit in any example related to this, this is simple example of a t-shirt or any shirt or any clothing material. You can fit in any example here and try to look into its technical cycle, that means how do you use it and what is its biological cycle, yeah? I am pretty sure the phones and all these things cannot come into the biological side of it, or it can come in what way? So what should be the bioeconomy strategy when it comes to us? One is ensuring food and nutritional security. Second one, managing natural resources sustainably. That means whatever, if we move everything to bioeconomy, we need to have a place to grow that natural resources. But how do you manage that land or land use policy? That's another important factor. Reducing dependencies on non-renewable or unsustainable resources. Yeah, a question? Yeah, please go on.
Sir, as you mentioned that cotton clothes and all the polymer or the fabric which we get from plant, they get degraded easily. So what happens with synthetic and polyester, like polymer clothes we are wearing? What happens to them?
So that is exactly the polyester, polystyrene clothes, or some of the mixture of elastomer with the cotton. Those are the challenges at the moment to be addressed. So that's why how you segregate is the biggest problem. If you take a plastic, any food product in a plastic tray, bottom one is a black hard tray and top one is polyethylene, yeah? You see those type of tray product comes in, whether it's a fish, meat or any other product. There are two different materials and both can be recycled provided they both are segregated properly. If you are able to segregate it, then you are able to recycle it. PET is polyethylene terephthalate. That's an engineered plastic, easy to recycle it. But in order to improve the durability of the material, when you mix two things together, it becomes very difficult to recycle it. So that's the challenge about the textile sector. So that's why even when you are using the clothes, because we are not going into that direction too much, because those, they have longevity is there, long long shelf life is there. Same problem is there with the dyes. All the colors, cotton is white, somebody is a red t-shirt, somebody is having a grey t-shirt, it's only a difference of color. So those color dyes, what we do with when it goes to the water, you know, you've seen the coloring of textiles, and then you have a way or different matrices to recover that dye. So same thing, now I'll give you the fish examples. Shells, you make it activated carbon and then to use to remove the dye from the water. Yeah. So there are different ways it can be used. You're right, this is a challenge, and you think how best it can be segregated. If you get a proper idea, do it, and then you have millionaire overnight. Yeah. Not the idea cellular connection, you know. That's what used to be a joke. Oh, I don't have an idea. Get an idea. That means the person went into what? Idea, cellular connection. Yeah. So that's okay. So strategy related to ensuring food and nutrition security, natural resources, unsustainable resources, limit and adapt to climate change, strengthening European competitiveness and creates job. So this is all coming from European strategic document, that is we have our own bioeconomy action plan, that is 2023-2025, and if you want to read it, whatever I said, what are the priorities, these are all listed in this particular document. Yeah, that you can get it easily on assets.gov.ie. We being Irish Agriculture Food Development Authority, our responsibility is also to create those type of involved in policy document, which is released by Taoiseach, that is Government of Ireland, that is Prime Minister, is known as the Taoiseach's office. So governance and awareness, research, development and innovation, natural capital, nature, climate, energy and circular economy, agriculture, food, forestry and the marine, communities, regional and cities, industry and enterprise, knowledge and skills. So everything is encompassed into this particular bioeconomy action plan, and this is freely available online, and you can just have a look at it. Yeah, even if you put bioeconomy action plan, you will find that document, and these are live documents, will be again upgraded, will be new actions will be coming up. And as you can see, what are the pillars of bioeconomy. Yeah. So that's one, and this will be related to circular economy and bioeconomy. So as you can see, this is coming from the one of the nature publication, there is Communication, Earth and Environment. So when it comes to circular economy, where to start? What is the starting point of a circle? Yeah, circle, there is no starting point, right? Yeah, you are right. So the center is like a protector. Yeah. So anyway, so circular economy is capturing, regenerating, optimizing and displacing. So all those things, how we can create circularity. And when it comes to bioeconomy, everything related to bio. Yeah. All those things related to bio becomes bioeconomy, that is same economic principles. Bioeconomy relies everything to replace fossil based one to the biological origin. Circular economy is still the economic principles which are continuing, how we make it circle. Yeah, that's that is what wanted to talk to you about different types of economies. What were the different types of economies? 12 different colors. If you look into the literature, you may find few more colors. Yeah, that's important. And what the key one is related to green economy. That means everything whatever you do should have a green element. That does not mean you just change everything with the green color, but to have a natural appeal. Sorry. Other one is bioeconomy, everything to do with biological origin. circular means everything to be circular to use it. So, the best concept will be circular economy or circular bioeconomy. What will be better? CE or BCE? Sorry. So, this is also sustainable, isn't it? You don't need to use a pencil. Oh, I was correct actually. Circular bioeconomy. Circular economy, that means currently whatever economic activities are, how we make it circle. Yeah, that's one. That means take an example of water bottle, phone, or a tablet, or a computer. And circular bioeconomy, that means every of the fossil based origin is converted into biological origin, and within that if we have circularity, that's a perfect one. When those activities are related to blue, will become blue circular economy. Yeah. So, we will stop at this point and we will continue with our next lecture related to. Have you seen the schedule? So, before we conclude, do you have any questions? Yeah.
Sir, in hostels and for example in any gatherings, lot of foods being wasted. So I have a question, like as food is a biodegradable, so it get decomposed by microorganisms. So my question is whether wasting food is an example of circular bioeconomy or not.
Okay, wasting food at a one is when you go to take an example of pizza. When you're hungry, you order a big pizza box. You eat some slices. There's a 10th apple effect story you would have heard from different sources. Yeah. So if leftover pizza is there, so that means you are wasting the food. But if you are preserving it and eating for next day without compromising other things, yeah, that is again to reduce it. So that means you are trying to reuse the leftover food. Or the big restaurant, you are talking about one specific one. So in hostel, suppose a large amount of food is prepared, but you had a party, the food is left over. So there are certain aspects are ongoing at the moment, how those, that is crowdsourcing. That means there is a proper network, leftover food is over here, and how that can be used for poor. There are a lot of some of those community kitchens been started to use of that food for other people rather than wasting it. Yeah. When food is wasted, the worst thing is if it goes for incineration. If you segregate the food and create a fertilizer, so you are reducing the impact of climate negative or chemically processed nitrogen and different fertilizer to produce your fertilizer and growing the crop. That is why organic cultivation is becoming quite prominent at the moment, so that you eliminate those chemical fertilizers. So it can be a course of circular economy, but if it is being looped in some way or the other. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So now we will conclude this particular one. So we discussed about different types of economy, different colors of economy, circular economy, biocircular economy, and the next lecture will start with blue circular economy, and will start with the question, what is blue circular economy, that you will be defining. Yeah. So we will come back in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Don't worry, you will be tired of clapping and other things. Yeah. So, welcome back. So, in first lecture we were talking about different types of economy, different colors of economy. So, starting from all white, grey, black, green. So, most important one among them to remember is green economy, that is greening the process, circular economy, that is how to make it circular, and the bioeconomy, that means developing the economic product, because economy plays an important role through a biological origin. Yeah. But the theme of this particular GIAN course is related to blue circular economy. So, blue is all to do with related to water bodies, yeah, which is around 70%. So, that becomes an important aspect of this particular. So, we ended up with what is blue circular bioeconomy, yeah, BCBE, yeah, correct. So, do not worry about this, is not the official acronym. So, first and it's not okay. So, before going into this particular blue circular economy, can you stop 1 minute? It's stop. So, with so we already studied about different different sort of green economy, circular economy and blue economy. So, circular, blue, bioeconomy, yeah. Now, so what is the blue bioeconomy? Principles sustainability, circularity and the blue economy, yeah. Blue economy all related to water, ocean. So, the blue is water, yeah, which keeps evil forces away, correct, yeah. So, blue all related to water and how we introduce sustainability, circularity and all the activities related to blue origin. So, blue economy relies on renewable living aquatic resources such as algae, which includes both microalgae and macroalgae. Macroalgae is also known as seaweeds, the plant which grows in sea. Sponges, jellyfish or microorganisms to deliver a wide variety of product, processes and services. So, in nutshell, everything whatever is we obtain from the land, similar type of resources can be obtained from sea as well, yeah, from different part of ocean and freshwater bodies. So, this is all to do with blue bioeconomy. So, what are the key features which includes blue bioeconomy? One is marine resources optimization, how best we optimize our marine resources. So, you would have heard about overfishing, because a lot of places fishing is extensively done, but the fishing is done for a specific species. When you do, when trawlers and different fish harvesters, they go in the sea, they harvest fish. Do you think they get everything, whatever they get, they sell it in a market? No. There will be some small fishes, some will be big fishes. Even take for example mackerel, or do you know any other fish species? Name of the fish. How many of you eat seafoods?
Mackerel, sardine.
Mackerel.
Mackerel.
So, mackerel can be as small as this, to as big as
Yes.
a meter or something?
No, sir. No, sir.
No. How big will be mackerel fish?
As I have seen, maximum 1 feet.
Maximum 1 feet. When it comes to cod, similar one. So that means different age sizes are there of the fish. So when fish is harvested, so half of the fish is used and half of the fish is a waste product. So what happened to that one? And that is known as bycatch. Yeah. That means you go in a shopping mall to buy a pair of jeans and you come out with pair of shoes because there was offer on the shoes. So same way when you go into the sea to do some fishing for a specific species or type of fish, you get something else out of it. So what is done with that particular biomass? Any idea?
Fertilizer.
Okay, fertilizer in ideal situation. What is done in the coastal places? The fish is just left like that, or they do go and put it back into the sea. That means the fish is already dead on the land and you add it back to the sea. What will happen? It will disturb the ecosystem of fish. So that's the most important one. How do we optimize our techniques over there? So in Europe in 2016 there is a new regulation called landing obligation. So whatever you have taken from the sea, even if it is of no use, you have to dispose it according to the waste charter or according to, or to make use of it. Yeah. So what I mean here, whether it's a 1 feet long mackerel or 30 centimeter mackerel, the same size, right? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
That's good. You are still awake. That's good. So whether it's a 1 feet or it's a 10 centimeter big mackerel, if market value is only for 10 centimeter one, what you do with the smaller fish, their composition is going to be the same. Yeah. Whether it's a 30-year-old man or 16-year-old man, the composition will be the same. Yeah. So how you make use of that? Big fish fillet, or you make a minced fish that is direct use as a product, or you go for fertilizer as your friend mentioned, or you make it for feed application, or you make it for pet food sector. Yeah. So there are different ways how we best optimize our marine resources. Second one somewhat related to that is circularity. That means within this any of the value chain, how you create a circular uses of that particular resource. Third one is related to biotechnology and innovation. That means how you have innovative technique to harvest or to locate where the fish population is. You would have seen in a lot of National Geographic or different channels, illegally people they use sea blasting to create fish at one specific point to collect the fish, whether it's a good or a bad, or there could be a imaging technique, different tools, how we create those fish at specific location A. Another one is biotechnological, that means how best we can maintain the health and wellness of marine animals including fish, shells, another one, so that they do not carry forward the disease and other element. And some of the terrestrial activities, for example the plastic, how many of you heard about microplastics or biomagnification? Have you heard this word called biomagnification?
Yes, sir. It's a carryovering. Whenever there are a lot of plastic which is slowly degrading, and it's create microplastics, and it is carry over through the food chain.
That means concentration of a toxic element in a food which is consumed by humans.
Yes, sir.
We consume a lot of antibiotics. Lot of antibiotics are disposed in dustbins. At the same time 60%, 70% is absorbed in the body, rest goes into the water, and that goes into the water bodies. From water bodies it goes to the small algae or small fish, and then 100 of small fish are consumed by one particular mackerel, and one mackerel is consumed by one human being. Yeah. So that is called biomagnification, the concentration of that particular chemical into human body. So all the terrestrial activities which are carried out, they also impact the sea bodies. Same thing, if you would have seen a lot of lakes and other natural bodies, they have complete green cover. That green cover is because of what?
Because of eutrophication.
What is eutrophication? That's correct.
It's the leaching out of these minerals which is around the soil, and they are making up the plant like component and inhibiting the inner portion getting the chlorophyll.
Okay, that's correct. See, basically eutrophication is all the nitrogen and phosphorus, all the chemical fertilizers which are used in agriculture. Yeah. For example, to grow wheat, regulation is I think 180, 60, 60. That is, for per hectare you need 180 kg of nitrogen, 60 kg of phosphorus, 60 kg of potassium, NPK fertilizer. Yeah. So 180 kg of nitrogen comes from, what is the nitrogen percentage of urea, chemical fertilizer?
Sir, approx 62.
46%. If you see any fertilizer bag, that's correct. Well, there's some fertilizer bag, urea is 46%. So that means you need to have a double of that to get that amount. But the plant does not need that much amount of nitrogen or fertilizer. You put it in a soil and slowly it leaches into the water. It goes into the water bodies, and then it is absorbed by algae or a small aquatic plant, even called duckweed, which you will see in coming lectures, and they grow, and then they take lot of oxygen from the water, and dissolved oxygen is required by sea animals, then they cannot grow. So that is all what you call eutrophication. So that means you are disturbing the ecosystem. Yeah. So how things are related with any of the activity, different aspects are there. So when you propose any solution, you have to be prepared what implications it's going to have it on other chains. And fourth one is environmental sustainability. That means how you can make environment more sustainable with all your marine activities, harvesting of fish or growing of those fish, and to avoid overfishing or underfishing, concept of aquaculture came in. That means to grow those in a controlled environment. Yeah. Can you guess what would be the challenges related to aquaculture? If we grow a specific, say for example mackerel or salmon, you know about salmon, one of the most popular species. Yeah. And what will be the challenges related to mackerel or salmon in aquaculture production? If you concentrate those fishing in a specific area within the ocean, what could be the proposed challenges? What negative aspect it will create on economic environmental sustainability? Any guesses?
If you are concentrating in a specific area, the resources, lack of resources may come and it may affect the growth of the particular species.
That's the things are located at a specific location. The biggest hurdle here is all the feces and the side streams coming out of the fish will be at one specific place. Yeah. So that is, again, there is a new system called recirculating aquaculture system. So how you can recirculate that water so that those things are not concentrated. All the resources will be used because you will be feeding them, and there is new ways of then, yes, similar type of species are present at only at one place. What will happen? They will only consume a specific type of resources. Yeah. And the disease between the same fish will be quite prevalent. Yeah. Whereas if you see the ocean, there are multiple different type of species are grown in different zones, because small fish, or seen one big whale, when it dies, it feeds millions of microorganisms within the sea. So if all the whales are grown at one place, it will disturb the ecosystem. So every new solution is also having a problems. Yeah. So that's why we need to consider both the solution as well as the problems. That means any new technology which comes in, there is always an implication on the other hand. Yeah? Do you agree? So, fifth principle related to blue bioeconomy is economic growth and social inclusivity. Now, how many of you are from the coastal regions? You? Okay. Which part? Okay. So, if you have seen the in Chennai, proper Chennai or further south in Chennai? So, further south if you go near Pudukkottai, Pattukottai, all those belt, what you call this, even coastal side, all the fishing nets and the fishermen's, their economic life is not as good as the farmers who are growing the fish or animals on the land. Same fish they may get 10 rupees or 20 rupees per kg, whereas in the market which is processed they get around 500, 600 rupees, or somebody is extracting oil out of it, even getting more value out of it. So, that is how do we, the benefit goes to the primary producer, that is what known as social inclusivity. Yeah. That means you include them as well into the loop, because they are responsible for harvesting, at the same time they are also responsible for clearing of the coastal area, licensing and other things. Yeah. So, that is why it is very important to consider economic as well as social inclusivity. That means economic benefit of those actions should go to primary producer as well. And last one is related to cross sectoral collaboration. That means fisheries or blue economy is all growth of fish, harvesting of fish or seafood and other element, and how best these can be related to other sector, that is agriculture sector, fertilizer sector, plus other economic sector where the value added product can be made out of the side stream of fish or a shellfish. I keep quoting an example of fish, but there are multiple other resources which are obtained from ocean. Yeah. So, if you will see this, I have to rub this. So, this is a particular the best image what I could find to show how different types of blue economy are included. If you will see different types of value chain, different types of product formed, yeah. Then you have ICT, that is monitoring. Then you have education system, how different types of value chains are created, that is to do fishing is also a recreational activity, scuba diving, yeah. What else? How many have you gone under the sea with a big cylinder on the back? I tried it once in Croatia, and I was thinking, I was given all the symbol, oh this is okay and this is different symbol when you go down into the water. And after going even for 5 meters, you start feeling the pressure in the ear. So, it is not that easy what we see it in somebody is swimming inside, it is really difficult. And with the cylinder on the back, if you do not know the swimming, it is easy to go down because cylinder will not have any weight, but the moment you come out of the water, it becomes very difficult to walk because that is very heavy cylinder on your back. So, there you will see all different types of landscape and other ones. So, that is again is a big recreational activities. So, this also includes in a bioeconomy, but that is not within the purview of this particular module what we are covering. And other one is how best we can manage those resources and retail business to business, that is food, then your ingredient, pharmaceutical, cosmeceuticals, industrial ingredient, feed and biofuel. Yeah. So, one I will give you two very good example, which is the latest one at the moment both in the US and other places, how we use the sea water for cooling of the towers, because majority of the data centers they need huge amount of energy to cool those data centers. So, there was a plan to circulate the sea water through that particular cooling system and then to put it back to the sea. Yeah, A. Second one is whatever aquatic biomass is, especially the seaweed and other one, they can be used for making aviation fuel, that is thermo hydro liquefaction. You heard this one, to make an oil. The only problem is about the consistency. That's the way it is going more into the biofuel side of it. Same thing, microalgae is grown with higher amount of lipids to grow as a biofuel. So you can see a lot of activities are moving towards the blue bioeconomy and involves number of different types of activity. So whether it's this is a simple example of aquaculture, this is another example of aquaculture, and if you are harvesting like this, or this man doing the fishing is wild harvest. So remember two terms, one is wild harvest, yeah, you go in a forest to pick the stuff, other one is aquaculture, that means you grow it for a specific purpose. And then when we go for the seaweed production, how it is being done, you will come across a term called IMTA, that is integrated multi-tropic aquaculture. So I will ask you that question when we go there. It's a good thing there is no exam anyway, yeah. So IMTA is integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, so that you can how you grow different species together. Now when it comes to blue circular economy, this is the full blueprint what is required, as I said, about governance, interaction with different sectors, interaction with different marine resources, multi-feedstock biorefinery and bio-based product. This is all the crux of all the modules what we are going to cover in subsequent lectures. So can you name 5 different marine bioresources? Don't say that live fish, mother of fish, son of a fish, yeah, and dead fish. So you have a fish, what other thing?
Algae.
Algae.
Phytoplankton.
Plankton is a plant.
Crustaceans.
Okay, you giving a big family word, so that covers multiple species, yeah. Algae, both microalgae and macroalgae. Okay, 1, 2, third you said crustaceans, that is shellfish, yeah. Fourth, corals, yes, but they are okay. Corals are used for what?
Some islands are made of corals.
Sorry?
Some islands are there, coral islands like Lakshadweep.
No, it is, yeah. Coral at the same time, it is also used for a lot of pharmaceutical drugs. Sponges, I did mention about the sponges. Jellyfish, what else? Duckweed, yeah. Duckweed, there are a lot of small plants. When you go near the sea, you would have seen a lot of plants, yeah. Apart from seaweed, the small plants go in the water. Howsoever is the water limit, they can be seen on the top. There is floating plant or the plant which are attached to the ground or to the rocks, yeah. So the number of resources are there. So if you would have seen the course structure, you would have come across one thing called LTS, yeah. That's called low trophic species, yeah. If you will see the ocean structure, there are pelagic fish, deep sea, or different levels of water, you get different types of species. Deep sea, you will get a whale and other ones, corals and all, they are at the bottom as well, rock bottom. Microorganisms, bacteria which can handle huge amount of pressure, they are at the seabeds. Some are at the surface, they are pelagic fish or pelagic organisms, some are there in fresh water or in marine water. So when I say marine water, what is salt content of marine water? What is the salt content of sea water, percentage wise? Sea salinity is 3.3%, yeah. An amount of salt required to preserve a food, you all are food science people, right? 0.5% of salt is sufficient enough to extend the shelf life of product, right? Yeah. If you see the first principle of pickling, how much salt you add into a lemon pickle or any other pickle? Preservation, food preservation, first principle, salt and sugar as a preservatives, yeah? You add a sugar to a jam to preserve apple jam. You add a salt to preserve pickles. So what is the percentage of salt is added? You don't need more than 0.5% or 1% of salt to preserve, yeah? And sea salinity is 3.3, that's why it's very, very saline. So that means the whole of the sea water is the best one is to use it for to use a salt extraction. Salt is extracted like that, by evaporation or so. So you get water vapor and you can use that water again, right? Salt is used, but the sea water itself can also be used as a preservation solution. Can it be? Yeah? That's why sea water will not have any of the microorganisms or bacteria. So the moment they come out of it, they start spoiling. So that's why it is important. You cannot preserve the seafood material, especially the marine origin, at the salt concentration which is required to preserve apple, mango and other things. Yeah? Make sense? So the first whole of the food processing and principle of preservation is centered around pH 4.5. Anything pH less than 4.5 can get safer at heating at 70 degrees Celsius. Anything above that, to improve the shelf life, you need to go at higher temperature, something like milk, high risk product, pH is neutral. Yeah? So whole of the food processing is centered around pH. Shall we continue? Okay. So that's one. So whatever marine resources are used, you have your research institutes which develops a technology, industry which makes use of it, and if suppose you have your salmon, you make salmon fillet, yeah, you pack it and you sell it to the market, yeah, that is only the food. This is a linear system. So whatever side streams are, how you can use different conversion to make different types of ingredients, and residues can be used for energy or different purposes. That is called multi feedstock biorefinery. That means how you can get multiple product from a single biorefinery. What is a biorefinery? It's strange that biorefinery word is first used for fossil fuels. Yeah, that means to have the same crude oil what you get it from the sea or from the land, you segregate into petrol, diesel, kerosene, paraffin, wax and every of those ingredient. So same way, if you take any of the food product or any of the biomass, how you can get multiple ingredients out of it, that will be known as biorefineries. So that is called food biorefineries. So that is not so prevalent at the moment in food systems. Yeah. And then you develop bio-based product, important related to feeds, food, nutraceuticals, as your colleague mentioned earlier, different nutraceuticals like bioactives, phenolics. Which phenolics are present in fish or seafood? Phenolics are not of seafood origin, yeah. Phenolics are there in microalgae, another one, because that's plant origin. Pharmaceutical compounds, yeah, vitamins and different astaxanthin, a different, yeah, go on. Good.
Essential fatty acids, omega-3 fatty acids.
Okay. Now, omega-3 fatty acids and omega-6 fatty acids, what are these?
These are the essential fatty acids.
Oh,
Linolenic acid are present in.
Yeah, essential fatty acid, because we cannot make it in a human body. Yeah, we need an external thing. What now? How many of you have seen core chemistry book? Leninger or any of those chemistry book. Fats and oils, yeah. Have you seen this word called omega-3 or omega-6 or any of the biochemistry lipids book? Yeah, it's not there. But omega-3, omega-6 and omega-9s are quite popular in saying that in literature, non-scientific ones. Even some food journal will mention about omega-3, omega-6, but not core biochemist. Everything is classified based on IUPAC. What it stands for? I also studied here itself, when I was school. International Union for Pure and Applied Chemistry. Yeah, everything is numbered based on the functional group. Yeah, so omega-6. Okay, omega-6. Name one omega-6. Linolenic acid.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Linolenic.
So what is it? C18 delta 9, 12, 15. Correct? Yeah. That's the structure. That means double bond at 9, number 12 and number 15. And what will be at the end? CH3. Yeah? Correct? And here will be your, yeah, sorry, yeah. Okay. No, correct me, I may be wrong also, because this is not chemistry lecture. It's a COOH here, right? So this is a fatty acid, so normal counting will be from here, right? But omega-3 and omega-6 counts carbon from here, right? Number 15 becomes omega-3, right? If it is 9 and 12, it becomes omega-6 from CH3 group, yeah? So that's fine, omega-3, omega-6, but the chemists, they don't like that one because there's a way of nomenclature. So remember one thing also when it comes during when we say fatty acids, you need to know clear definition between oil, fat, lipid and fatty acid. What is the difference between 4? See, if you are not scientists, if you haven't studied science, we can talk about essential fatty acids. But what is the difference between fatty acid, oil, fat and lipid? Don't say that oils are liquid, fat is solid. No. That is something like cow is white and buffalo is black. Yeah. So think of a difference, and I know that's not, again, this is important when it comes to nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, cosmeceuticals or biochemical. Okay, CH2 CR1, right? Am I correct in drawing that? Yeah? When I was studying biochemistry, I was told always look at the carbon, balance it 4. Yeah? Yes. We all study with the same teachers. Yeah? So this R1, R2 and R3 is fatty acids. So fatty acid with this particular COH group, so they can be soluble in water because they have acidic group, right? This end is called glycerol. Yeah. So it becomes oil if they have saturation, unsaturated bond at any point. Yeah. If all are saturated fatty acid, you start with what? C4, butyric, then mystric, lauric, yeah, C4, C6, C8, C12, C10, all the even number. C22, longer chain fatty acids are good compared to short chain fatty acids. Yeah. So all those fatty acids together makes a difference between oil and fat. Yeah. There are other fundamental differences are there, definitions are there, but I am not going to go into it. But it's always better when we are reading something to just look into the back and then to go in, because you know it where to find the information. It is not that you will remember everything whatever we studied, that's the fact. And then what is the difference between lipid? Lipid is a broader group. which also includes sphingolipid, which is mainly in the brains, or phospholipid, that means minerals attached to that lipids. Yeah. So that's the way the whole thing comes. So when you get an oil from a fish, you get oil or lipids. That's why when we estimate crude fat or crude lipids. Then you fractionate it into the oils, or to remove the glycerol, or to make it essential fatty acids. Then you go into these levels. Yeah. And if you segregate your phospholipids or non-polar solvent extracted like astaxanthin and pigments, they are again related to these type of ingredients. And then others are biochemical. So glycerol will act as a biochemical there. Yeah. So that means how we can fractionate different element within the protein element of it. You can get a collagen, you can get your soluble protein, acid soluble protein, different fractions of the protein. Yeah. So that's the way bio value chains are created. So we'll have much more interaction when we go into these type of value chains. Any questions so far? Next. So this was all about biocircular economy, what all we need, another one. Now going back to the socio and economic aspect of sustainability. So the reason why I have to mention this over here is all about climate action. As you can see, what is the complete roadmap? This is an European target to be carbon neutral by 2050. India has, according to COPE, Committee on Parties, yeah, net zero carbon by 2070, China by 2060, EU by 2050. Some countries, they said they will be carbon neutral by 2100. Yeah. So that's not easy target. It's easy to set a target, but how do we achieve it? So there has to be a roadmap. Yeah. If you want to achieve 90% marks, so you establish a roadmap. How do you do in a systematic manner? So as you can see, for every country is given a target. So we, being an Irish agency or Agriculture Food Development Authority, our activities are also to go as a carbon neutral. For each and every country has to be achieving this neutrality, otherwise they will be penalized. So number of different activities are carried out by carbon tax, carbon footprint, waste management and everything, as you can see in subsequent lectures. So this is amount of carbon dioxide is coming in, and waste, that means moving the waste into anaerobic digestion, like what we see, like we used to have in 1980s, all those biogas plant in villages. Yeah. That is anaerobic digestion, how it will reduce some of those energy requirement, at the same time waste valorization. And then feed additives, fertilizers, and because most of the agriculture economy in Ireland is based on animals, dairy as well as meat is the most important element there. Crops and all are crops are mainly grown for the feed side of it. Alternative for feed is required because the feed is coming from soya. Soya is grown in Brazil, depleting forest, that is deforestation activity to increase the land, and then grain is used for animal feed. So need an alternative to animal feed so that the carbon footprint, processing and all is reduced. Yeah. So there are multiple action. So there are different phases. Again, to have the forestry, any of the land vacant should grow the forest trees. There is again different national forestry policies there. Then you have energy going to solar and different activities to reduce by 2030 to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 51%, and then 25% from agri-food sector. Yeah. So CO2 emission, if you see by countries, US 15.5 tons per person, Russia 12.5 tons, India carbon emission is very low, 1.9 ton per person, but population is big. So what does it show? That we are much better circular compared to other world. How it is so? Because we reuse a lot. Yeah. That's called jugaad technology. Yeah. That's now all the old concept. Earlier somebody uses wood to produce food or to heat a food was bad. But now same wood is used as a fuel with it through efficient system to deliver energy. Yeah. Now, if you look at the socio and economic aspect, if you look at this particular food chain, so where do we start from? We start from production. Yeah. Whether it's animal production or agriculture or so, or you have crop or marine side. Then this goes into processing element. Yeah. We produce, we take it this way. That's the problem with the circle where to start with. Yeah. You produce it, you process it, you do the distribution, home consumer or retail or consumption. So this is the way the circle is completed. Yeah. So what we get out of this agri-food system? Economic benefit, food and feed and employment, correct? What social benefit we get? Human nutrition, health and well-being. So we are not selfish. When we get something from nature, we return it back in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So if you'll see, 26% of greenhouse gas emissions are associated alone with agri-food activities, 32% of acidification. How many of you know about acidification? Acid rain, old Taj Mahal and acid rain story. That means all the nitrogen gases which are going up, rain falls, it forms nitric acid, and that called acidification. Same thing happens with phosphorus. And then eutrophication, your word. So you are the passed with this distinction. Yeah. So eutrophication, these are the thing what is happening with agriculture activities, livestock production, amount of greenhouse gas emissions, crop production, food unit operation, food waste. Yeah. So these are the figures which were true as of 2022 from the Science Journal, and all these are causing a huge amount of challenges onto the system. Yeah. So if you take all the food losses and the food waste, all the food waste and food losses across the globe, so what is the difference between food loss and a food waste? Simple definition, food loss which is lost from the production to the processing. Everything will be food loss or lost due to different processing aspect. Food waste is what you waste at mainly at consumer level. Yeah. Wheat flour prepared from the wheat grain will have 15 to 20% losses in terms of grains, milling losses and everything. That will be lost food which could have been used for a food purpose, and food waste which is wasted by consumer. If you see, these are the figures from FAO of 2012, because I could not get much latest figure, but pretty much the story is the same. Nowadays new statistics are much more complicated. That means you need to have either your very good statistical or mathematical experience to understand those statistics with those type of complicated data. But if you will see in where is India? Here we have majority is of food loss compared to food waste, whereas industrialized Asia we have more of the losses at consumer level compared to food losses. Forget about the other part. So can you guess what would be the difference here? Why we have more of the food waste here compared to here? You don't have to think big examples. Simple example will be what you do and what is done in Southeast Asia. Yeah?
No proper storage.
No
proper storage.
That's okay, yeah. And okay, just take about the food waste, not about the food losses. Food losses you all know very well, like we hear all about distribution system, storage, processing. We don't process, we eat raw, you don't need to process when it is already available. When it comes to food waste, why do we have less of the food waste compared to Southeast Asia. Food that is discarded by the consumer, it is higher over here because whole of the seafood is consumed as is. Yeah, the shells, whole shells are there, and then the waste is there on the table. A. Yeah, majority of the product is processed as a whole. You don't if suppose this economy is all related to meat, yeah, or with the fish, whole of the fish is cooked, part of the fish is eaten, bones and skins are discarded. That is one of the example. And whereas here we do process more, and that's why consumption losses are less. So shorter circles are there. Farmer produces, he consumes himself. Some part only goes for processing. Yeah. So these are multiple things are there. When you go for distribution losses, cold chain, and all those things, then it makes the story a bit bigger. Yeah. So whereas in most of the places in Europe, it's food losses, or this one is the countries which does not process much. Majority is import based. There will be consumer losses will be more. So these statistics are not straightforward as what they are seen. The purpose of doing so is, if you take care of all the food waste and footprint related to climate change, this could be a third biggest country in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah. Rather than producing new biomass or going for electrical or different, if we are able to manage food waste properly, we'll be able to reduce carbon footprint a lot. That's why food waste valorization becomes an important element. Yeah. Now, if you'll see your current demand, so this is again from a journal, current or future global demand in terms of kilocalories. From 1961 to 2000, here population increased by 98%, 147% your production, arable land only by 8%. That means we need to go for more and more deforestation. That's why that word is very important, activities which does not require to remove the forest. Yeah. Irrigation, water, nitrogen, fertilizer. And then between 200 to 250 we have huge amount of requirement. How we are going to fulfill that? That means we need 71% increase in the food what is required as of 2000 statistics. So this is why it is becoming very important, unless and until we get the demand made, that is food security, that is for Asia and certain part of the continent. Europe is having its own problem. So they have to mitigate carbon emission. There is a feed problem. Food is not a problem. The problem is on the other side of it. Yeah. Because you would have seen the stories where the wheat was thrown into the sea, which can be used for human consumption. Crops are not grown. All those WTO agreement about subsidies, you would have seen all those debates. I am not going to go into that. It's but that all are the issues. People are having a land, but they can't grow, because what they will do once they grow it. Yeah. You would have seen the farmer crisis. They don't want to harvest onions because harvesting cost is more than the cost of onions. Yeah. All those issues are there. So how do we tackle it? That all to do with government policies and to make a policy suited to a specific region. So with all this food chain, blue circular economy, or any given food chain, how we can assess the economic impact? Yeah. See, I could have gone with the mapping of economic impact. We would have been only crunching the numbers. Yeah. This is the waste, this is what can be produced, all hypothetical. But if you take any food system, whatever area you are working on, wheat, barley, maize, or crop, fruits, vegetable, how do you establish economic impact? One, changing the production processes. So that means how it will change the demand related to bioeconomy, changes in farm revenue. That means if you are using a biofertilizer as opposed to chemical fertilizer, what are the changes in farm revenue? obviously organic food is expensive compared to chemically produced one. Yeah. How many of you like the word called organic agriculture? Be true to yourself. Yeah. How many of you will go and buy organically grown apple or organically grown potato or conventionally grown potatoes? Cost will be the major factor. Yeah. But if you have a, that's what quality comes when you have a money. When your stomach is full, then only you want to eat expensive food. When stomach is not full, you will go for cheaper option. So how we can reduce the cost of organic food? That means not using the chemical fertilizer. Whose responsibility is environment? Whose responsibility is to get rid of the pollution of Delhi? Government, individuals, or whose? That's why somewhere I was listening to news, it was fundamental rights and fundamental duties. We all talk about rights, we don't talk about our duties. Again, I am not going to go into that, coming back to this economic impact. Then if farm revenues, is it going to change the food prices? Yes, it will. Yeah. Will it change the trade balance? It will. If there are chemical pesticides are used, you cannot export it to the Europe, yeah, or to certain part of the world. So you need to get rid of the pesticides. So biofertilizer, biopesticide will have a better impact. Or changes in gross domestic product or gross, what is GNI? Good night, India. Yeah. Yes. So there are different types of indices are there. Within that, one is related to all net production, GDP or GNI, and then new markets for bioeconomy related product. Yeah. So all these things, how you can assess the economic impact of any given process. Sorry. How do you estimate a social impact? What is really a social impact? Impact on society. Yeah. Nutrition and your well-being all is considered as societal impact. New production process, change in health. If you don't use your chemical pesticides, you have a biopesticide, so you have better health. So again, that's A. Access to land market and technology, new market, changes in GDP, changing in employment. So that means you have greater production, or you have a less domestic product will have a negative impact on employment. Yeah, because organic yield is less compared to conventional yield. So how that will impact the employment? Changes in food prices, food becomes expensive, issues caused by food security. Yeah, that is securing a food. Securing from what? Securing for your own livelihood or securing it from your friends. Yeah. So somebody brings a good food in lunch break and you try to secure it from other people so they should not consume it. Or how is going to change the nutrition, household income and overall change in quality of life. So social impact can be evaluated based on health and wellness, employment and your overall quality of life. Yeah. So this is what is social impact, and we have seen economic impact. Now third important one is environmental impact. So socio-economic and environmental impact. New production process, we already discussed about eutrophication. I am not going to go into details of it. I can bet you can write an essay based on this particular diagram. Yeah. Water quality, then again soil quality. If you are not using chemical fertilizer, you have a better soil condition, and then you have a better ecosystem services because your soil microbiome, soil microorganisms are in good condition. Then related to biodiversity, that means different type of microorganisms are living. Changes in land use, change and intensity, that means how best you are using a land, that is wheat after wheat after wheat in north, or rice after rice after rice out near Tanjore belt. Yeah. So you have, that's again how you can use change use, and then changes carbon emission, you have new product, waste, recycling and pollution. So this is all how environmental impact can be done. and this is not as easy as the way it's been drawn. It's quite complicated, but things are interrelated. So what will be the dimension for socio-economic, and third element is scientific, which we are much more interested in. Economic diversification, new products, so you have new economic activities. It creates new jobs at creating jobs at coastal economies as well as terrestrial job. New product in the market, fatty acid, fish oil, different chitosan, chitin, all those ingredients which can be obtained. Community empowerment, that means you are empowering whole of the community, not only to valorize the waste at the processing level, but also to reduce the waste at the domestic level. As your friend mentioned about the food in a canteen is there, how best we can make use of it if we segregate it properly. We do not segregate it. You have a plate, left of the food, leave it on the table, everything goes into the water, disturbing the water ecosystem. If you have separated all the food in a different bag, 500 people, that biomass decomposes easily into the fertilizer. So that's again coming back to food security and nutrition, global trade and economic growth, policy and governance. So all these things feed into government policy and governance, and this affects all these things above. It's a circular system. Policies are made based on the requirement, and these policies are imposed to achieve those or to fulfill those requirements. Yeah? We do think that policies are made by the people who are sitting there. That's not true. They know the ground realities. But we are not aware of the farmer's condition, and that's why those different levies, different taxes are added in. Now, scientific dimension, marine biotechnology, all what we had discussed, circular economy innovation, that means how we can create short circles, ecosystem sciences, that is ecosystem services, disturbing an ecosystem or how to maintain ecosystem, or biodiversity, climate resilience. So in evening we'll go for resilience. Resilience versus sustainability. What's the difference between these two? Think over it, we'll talk about it. What is good? Resilience is good or sustainability is a better word? Aquatic resource management, all the resources which are there in the water. And I think life on this earth started from the water. Yeah? So this is also circular. Now we are going back to the water. But certain countries are only dependent on the water. If they do not have access to the sea, they are landlocked, the resources are limited. Even China, in Japan is landlocked, there are no resources, but they are one of the best economies. They all are heavily dependent on ocean and seas, and interdisciplinary collaboration. That means we need to have sciences from different streams. Yeah? So when it comes to sustainable food production, environment, economic and social, that is, purpose is to build a better future, create sustainable values by providing food that satisfied the consumer needs, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of environment as well as their nutrition. Values, A is food safety, quality, reduction in natural resources, recycle or reuse. There could be multiple other values related to that. Environment, we already discussed all the technologies or processes which can reduce carbon footprint, have waste reduction strategies, water energy reduction. Economic, that is resource deployment, return on investment, resource efficiency. All these three are pretty much related. That means how we allocate different resources, or we get the return on the investment what we are investing. Now the change to bio resources, that means all the resources of biological origin, this becomes your bioeconomy. This is the one what we have already discussed. Social related to health, equality, justice in terms of security, access to the safe water, food, opportunity and diversity. That means people, they have all these three social benefits. Yeah. So when you talk about the whole of the food system, we have production, processing, retailing, consumption and recycling. Yeah. So how you are able to, how can you make whole of the food sustainable, or how you can achieve the innovation in this food system? What could be the best driver? How we can have a best production? How can we have best processing technique, lowest emissions during retailing and distribution, best consumption? That's again related to humans and recycling. That means if you want to have sustainable growth, we have to embrace technology. Yeah, whether it's your AI technology or blockchain, or your drone technology for the production, processing, new technologies, non-thermal processing and different attributes, consumption related again to have a community crowdsourcing and AI and this, where the foods are available and where is going to be surplus food, how best we can manage those resources. We need to take new technology. We all embrace the technology in every front. We started with normal laptops, now we have these type of pen which we can erase it. So when you have technology, slowly we get sustainability. So if you, how many of you know about UN SDGs? How many are there? Sustainability
17.
Developmental Goals.
17 sustainable goals.
17. So these are the 17 ones. Yeah. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, sanitation, affordable and clean energy, work economic, industrial innovation, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land. Life of a pie is not there. So peace, justice and partnership for the goal. There are 17 developmental goals to be fulfilled by 2030. Yeah. And if you classify them into different sections of economic, you have life related as poverty, hunger and related to health and wellness. Yeah. And then you have economic growth and infrastructure, economic dimension. Yeah. Social one, again number 11, number 16, 17, 4, 5 and 10. So out of all the 17 UN SDGs can be divided into environment, social and economic. Yeah. So when it comes to the food, what are the key ones which are directly impacting or indirectly impacting? So that is again a very important one to see, related to environment, social and economic. If you see here, when it comes to food, direct one is good health and well-being, correct? Responsible consumption and production. Yeah. What else?
Life below water.
Zero hunger. Yeah. These are direct ones. Yeah. Indirect ones are, rest all will be indirect ones, isn't it? Yeah. When it comes to employment or artificial intelligence or take digital economy, some will be direct, some will be indirect. Yeah. When it comes to blue economy, production consumption, good health and well-being and zero hunger. That does not mean blue economy is only related to those who are non-vegetarian. That's not true. Even I am a non-vegetarian, even I don't eat eggs. Yeah. But that does not mean we don't talk about the resources. Yeah. And then life on a land and life below water. These two are very, very important aspect, and other one is climate action, because whatever CO2 is produced on the land, where is the sink for that CO2 apart from the trees on the land? CO2 sink is also in ocean. Yeah. Excessive amount of CO2 in air with the water is causing ocean acidification. Yeah. What are the challenges with ocean acidification?
So crustaceans, it will be highly affected. Crustaceans.
How?
It will dissolve, like the shell, decaying of the shells.
Shells won't have that much of strength. Yeah. But again, acidification is not at higher level. That means disturbing the ecosystem of the marine sources. So we'll have some practicals related to that, that will to prove that particular point as well. Yeah. So with this, so what we covered in this particular lecture, morning one we talked about different types of economy, blue bioeconomy, circular blue bioeconomy, how we went from the bigger dimension related to that. Then how do we evaluate, how do we map social aspect of any given food chain, economic aspect and environmental aspect. So with all this, you would have gone through different processes, different approaches, how we all these things are interrelated. Yeah. So everything is interrelated. So it's not whatever you read or whatever was said over here is writing on the wall. These all statements can be changed. Yeah. One thing constant in life, that is change. So definition of economy, that means all the economic activity where we can use biological resources becomes bioeconomy. Why blue bioeconomy is becoming very important? Because almost everything, whatever is there on the terrestrial plant, all the bioresources can be valorized through blue economy. Yeah. I know this is a bold statement. I'll be happy if you contest that statement. Yeah. Whatever we can get from the land, same thing we can get it from the sea sources. Yeah. Okay. So do you have any questions? No. Okay, so with this we conclude and we'll see you shortly then. Yeah. Okay. So welcome back. So for this afternoon we are going to talk about sustainability aspect and food systems approach. So in the morning we were dealing about different types of economy, circular economy, blue circular economy. So till now you would have understood what we mean really by blue circular economy and what are different facets to it and how we can establish that. So we are going to cover basically three different things. One is how do we define sustainable food system. And if you remember morning I was saying about sustainability versus resilience, what is the key and how we address the missing gaps, because when we talk about sustainability, what is wrong with the current system and what is missing to make it more sustainable, and give you some examples of the case study and not exactly related to blue economy because we will be dealing with those in coming lectures. So what are the current actions? So if in morning I was mentioning about farm to fork approach, that is how it is produced all the way how it is consumed. So everything is recorded in a document called European Green Deal. That means how do we green whole of the process, and it is striving to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050, because we have to be climate neutral by 2050. And I did indicate India is pledged to be carbon neutral by 2070 and some other countries having different years for carbon neutrality. So what are the actions there? One is our own national priority is to reduce waste by 50% by the end of 2030. That's a big challenge, and still different actions has been done, different documents have been prepared and action plans are in place to achieve this. And in the morning we already discussed how much the waste causes the greenhouse gas emissions, and if you account total food losses and food waste globally, so it can be considered as third biggest continent on this earth. So if you are interested in reading those documents, I'll suggest you to, even if you Google these titles, you'll be able to find those documents or at the web link given below. One is National Food Waste Prevention Roadmap, Food Vision 2030, that is again sustainable food systems, what are the priorities and how they should be established. TEAGASC together, that means how we take the power of research, advisory and education to create a sustainable food systems. That means it is not only the responsibility of scientists or researchers, but also all those who are involved in research activities, training, education and advisory, and bioeconomy action plan, which we already discussed this morning. So, so together with these things, what we really mean by farm to fork, that includes sustainable food production to create bioresources, processing and distribution, that is sustainable. So every word is having one additional word called sustainable, yeah, whether it's a production, processing, distribution, consumption, or reducing the waste or using the waste in some form or the other to bring it back into the system to make it circle. So in order to understand this, first we need to know what do we really mean by food system. So if you take any crop or any product, this starts with what? Biomass, that is natural resource that is grown agronomically, that is goes into production. We have harvest and post-harvest handling processes, food processing, distribution and retail, and product consumption. That's fairly linear system, there is no issues with that. Wheat is grown in a field, you harvest it, you process it, you make into flour, and that flour is converted into bread, bakery products or range of different products. You distribute it and then you consume it. So that's the simple system. So how do we define a food system? It represents a contrast or notion on agriculture, food production and consumption as a simple linear chain from farm to table. Yeah. So that's a simple system. And what we study is different unit operations. When we combine unit operations together, we make a process. And then all these different processes together make a complete system. So if this system becomes quite complicated, the moment we divide this big food system into simpler systems. One is biological system, which deals with bioresources, for example, crops, seeds and everything. Economic system, all the finances and benefits, yield, production, cost involved, that comes into economic system. So what will be in a political system? Yeah, anything?
Sir, I think GDP in the sense.
Yeah, political system is again trade barriers. You can sell into different geographical location what you can grow, conditions of it, and all those regulations, legislations, they all come into political systems. And again, what crop is grown based on where the subsidy is given or fair trade prices, and all those things comes into political system. Social system, again, livelihood, employment, nutritional aspect, all this thing comes into social system. And health, that's again health and wellness, what are the benefits you are getting out of it. So now you can see, we scientists are known to complicate things. Yeah, it's so simple, production to consumption, but if we divide this into multiple systems, we get all these systems. So now if we have to introduce sustainability, we have to look into this system. It becomes slightly more complicated when you expand it. So if you take it only the biological system, that is biodiversity, land use, climate change, pollution, animal welfare. Animal welfare comes in if you are dealing with animal production system or meat production system. Then you have economic system, that is wholesaler, companies. Then you have farmers, market, grocery stores and restaurants, that's all economic system. Then you have your political system, regulation, tax, subsidies, ownership, trade, all these things comes into political system. You have social system, that is social networks, media, access, education, food, culture. You grow something, produce in a way which is not absorbed by a community, a certain community, because they want to have food processed in a particular manner. So all this thing comes into social aspect that dictates your demand, and health system, wellness, care, food safety, food security, nutrition and wellness. So as you can see, whole of the farming system, there are environmental credentials, you have economic credentials, and this was a social credentials which dictate social aspect, and you have all these inputs. So as you can see how complicated the system is all there when it comes to food system. So what way we can make system more sustainable? It's not easy to just make it a circle, it becomes circular, or to write a sustainable, it becomes sustainable. Drinking tea in a paper cup, we'll see most of the students, most of the researchers say, oh, it's more sustainable than drinking in a plastic cup. Do you think it's that simple? No, it's not that simple. Drinking water in a plastic bottle is more sustainable, or into a glass bottle is more sustainable. So those are the questions that's not easy to answer. Simple answer is yes, it is more sustainable because it looks sustainable. Yeah. So now coming back to the concept of resilience and sustainability, any idea what will differentiate what is resilience and what is sustainable? We'll take the system, right? Suppose we try to see a system is sustainable over time. Suppose something is running. Take any example. Suppose even any coastal area, there was a flood recently in southern part of the country, and suppose system takes a hit. There is a disturbance. Flood happens. Everything is disturbed. What will happen? System takes a hit. Yeah. Then we absorb that change. Suppose COVID was there and there was system was disturbed, then we adapted that change and we try to recover from that change. That means instead of traveling, we started having online meetings, or online and distance learning started. So we try to recover and to adapt to a new change, and if we are able to absorb, recover and adapt and come to the system which is the same as previously, it is resilient. If it is not same as the previous, it becomes anti-resilient. So most of the sustainability, climate change and all those issues which are coming in, we have a benchmark. We want to bring our carbon emission back to 1990 level or 1930 level, 1950. There is always a benchmark. Yeah. So if we have any of the changes, take any example, for instance, chlorine. You know, chlorine is used extensively for washing of fruits and vegetables, and even in seafood sector it is used chlorine. But certain countries, chlorine is completely banned to use it on, is not used in meat sector or in seafood sector. So what you have alternative to chlorine? You'll say plasma, which you would have seen today, or natural antimicrobial and all those agents. So if chlorine is banned by FSSAI tomorrow, then all this industry will suffer. So they have to come up with a new change. Then they recover and they make the same profit economically, environmentally and other aspects same as what they were pre-chlorine. So that becomes resilient or anti-resilient system. Is it clear? Yeah. Now if this disturbance becomes economic, cost-wise, social or environment over the time, yeah. So these disturbances can be economic disturbance, social disturbances or economic disturbance, or environmental disturbances over the time, that makes it sustainable or unsustainable system. Because food system is not based on paper cup or a plastic cup, but based on multiple subsystems. So if you define resilience, capacity over time in face of disturbance, that is absorb, adapt and recover. Whereas capacity to preserve in a long run, for those changes, environment, social and economic become sustainable. Yeah. So now I leave the choice on to you whether to use term resilience or to use sustainable. Yeah. So these are also at the same time systems are ongoing to define the sustainability. Yeah. That becomes important terminology for agri-food system. Do you have any questions so far? Because this is very important to be having clear idea what is sustainable, what is non-sustainable. No questions? Or you're already tired, rushing to want to go back, yeah? Anyway, so so how do we define sustainable system or unsustainable? First point, unsustainable system will focus on high resource consumption. Example, fossil based fuels. Sustainable will talk about renewable biomass. That means which biomass can be renewed, can be produced or is produced constantly without much impact on other aspects. Second point, agriculture dependent on chemical input, alternative green chemical, fertilizer, chemical fertilizer versus biofertilizer. Third point, greenhouse gas emissions. The huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions happens in unsustainable system, whereas target net zero emission, that means no emissions coming out of it. Food waste, huge amount of food waste and we don't worry about the waste. It's generated, it's just dumped. Whereas we endeavor to achieve zero waste, that means nothing is wasted, everything is used. Can you think of any food system where we can create zero waste, that means nothing is wasted, everything can be utilized? There can be number of examples, or how you can establish zero waste. Think of any production line, come up with the approach how to make a zero waste and you have a perfect writer. So it requires lot of thinking process, and then you read a scientific literature how to extract and obtain stuff and then use that knowledge to create your own system. Yeah. So then it makes proper sense, rather than reading it how to extract a pectin and focus is only on extraction of pectin from apple, but you can also get it from orange peel, you can also get it from lot of plants. Why only apple or only lemon? Just because somebody else has done it. Do you understand that when we go in a railway station, we will see there is a door, everybody rushes to the same door, but there is another door. That is why if you fly in an aircraft, it says nearest emergency door might be behind you, but we keep seeing only in the front. Yeah. So that is important. Other one is centralized supply chain. That means everything goes to one place and then it is distributed. So you have a lot of carbon footprint. Whereas you focus on local and short supply chain. That means making a shorter loop. So that means you are having less amount of emissions through transportation or so. Local bakery versus national bakeries, which supplies bread from Delhi to different part of the city, or the bread is processed in a city and consumed locally. Yeah. Then other one is social inequality and social equality. Here again you have a gender balance, gender dimension, you have nutrition, food for all, food security, food safety, and everything is included into social. So I only listed out the few points. I could have gone on economic, another one, to make you, to take a revenge, to make you more bored. So I just focusing only on those points which are relevant somewhat with our subsequent modules. Yeah. So do you have any question related to how we can define sustainable or unsustainable systems? You may have plenty of ideas coming in. You might have 100 different points. You may agree with certain points, you may not agree with certain points, or it's a mix of both. Yeah. So the question is whether can we make completely sustainable process or not. A. B. Can we really achieve zero waste processes? Theoretically, yes. Practically, yes or no. That is the question what you should be able to answer, and when we go towards the end. And in between, if you have any ideas coming in, don't think that, oh, if I will say this, it might be looking, the idea might look stupid. Nothing is stupid, everything is workable. Yeah. Feel free to say. Yeah. Now, if you will see the whole story of the food system is, if you will see this particular wheel, this is your natural element. Oh, one. Then you have societal element, then you have a core system, right? Natural element is related to air, soil, ecosystem, water, climate and all other naturally present. Yeah? Air is renewable, isn't it? Water is renewable, ecosystem, genetics and climate, soil and air. So, all these are natural element. Societal, that is organization, policy, law, regulation, infrastructure, socio-cultural norms. And then you have a core system related to production, aggregation, processing, distribution, consumption. So, these can be changed, these are just a generalized version of system. And then you have your access to natural resources. If water is there, do you have access to it? Labor, input, knowledge, finance and other services. So, whole bit is to make a proper balance between economy, environment and ecosystem. If you are able to balance 3 E's, we will be having a step towards sustainable food system. So, how can we achieve a robust balance between these 3 E's? Any suggestion? 1. How do we have an alternative on farm activities that is related to production? Yeah. That means even you are producing marine resources or a crop or anything, how do we make alternative on farm production system? Second stuff is disruptive technologies. So, what do you think, what I mean here by disruptive technologies? This is not a technology to disrupt the cell matrix, no. Yeah. What will be a disruptive technology? How to disturb it or to disrupt the system. Suppose a process line is milk is obtained, you use thermal processing, you pack it into a plastic container and you distribute. This is the normal process, involves different technology. If you want to disrupt this by removing the plastic to bring in biodegradable polymer, or instead of using thermal processing, you employ high pressure pulse electric field or new technology. So, you are disturbing the status quo. Every day you are doing the same activity is the normal system. When you disrupt it by using any intervention, any technology, it becomes disruptive technology, yeah, along agri-food system. Third one is to achieve zero waste approach. How we can achieve zero waste, that is nothing is wasted. Zero waste here means even not wasting the energy or water used within the system, yeah. So, how we can do it? One, any idea how we can do it? Or what should be the focus? So, if you will see this particular diagram, this is all to do with EU bioeconomy. Sorry, I am keep quoting EU example because this is what I know, I am aware of, and the similar systems are there everywhere. US system is there, Australian, even in India system is there. If you will see this particular diagram very carefully, first line on here is using better what we already use, yeah. That means whatever we are using, how best we can make use of it. That means whatever product we consume, how we can have a better usage of it. So, second one is unlocking or using well what we do not use yet. That means unlocking the potential of seas and ocean. We are in India, we are very well blessed with having a long coastline. Lot of resources are there, lot of facilities, a lot of biological resources are there which are not tapped at the moment, yeah. So, that is one thing how we can unlock the potential of seas and ocean, and by doing so we are able to have, we can achieve long term sustainability developmental goal, the climate change, because oceans are the biggest sink for CO2. Whatever is emitted, trees and plants are there, but ocean is the biggest CO2 sink. natural resource management, job growth, competitiveness and inclusivity, global sustainability, responsible development within sustainable and sustainable consumption. So, by using these two approach, we will be able to achieve sustainable bioeconomy, that is moving from fossil based towards a bioeconomy, we already discussed, and ensuring food security. So, this diagram encompasses everything related to bioeconomy and what should be our focus. So, key point, one is the climate, that is cut emissions, reduce carbon footprint, we already discussed, local supply chain. Agriculture, restore nature on farms is not only energy intensive agriculture or pesticide or chemical fertilizer based agriculture. Sustainable diet, affordable, healthy and sustainable diets. Food waste, first we have to target, measure how much it is produced and then act on it, because we do not know how much food is wasted. Because there is always, when we see it, then we think about it, but there are a lot of other things which are wasted in a region, whereas in other region it is not. Suppose consuming whole potatoes without peeling, lot of restaurants you will see whole potatoes are consumed without peeling. So, and some places abrasive peeling is done, some places take example of French fries, when we peel it, we almost lose 2 to 3% of solid in a form of starch, whereas other industry whom produces starch from potato which is used in product making. And starch production industry throws lot of protein of potato into the wastewater, which is again you have potato protein. Yeah. So, how we can link two systems, that is translating approaches from one place to another. Fisheries and aquaculture, that is protecting seas and ponds and ocean. Packaging, remove, reduce or reuse or recycle, we all know about packaging, everybody is aware of it, everywhere. Like the moment they put 10 rupee cent on a plastic bag, plastic consumption reduced drastically. Same way in Germany, the moment 10 cent was charged for the cup, if you use your own cup, amount of cup waste was reduced drastically. Yeah. So, either by incentive, that is again policy decision, or by individual itself. If you carry with your own cup, you get less, you do not have to pay more money there. Costa, Starbucks and all, they have introduced their cups to reuse it. Again, deforestation and conversion, that is preserving natural habitat. These are some of the points broadly related to what should be our focus. So, coming back to step 1, altering our on-farm processes. So, this is again, as I said about EU Green Deal or EU Farm to Fork, and I must say whether the problem of the climate is for Europe, America, same climate problems are also there in Asia as well. So, what should be the target and what is the target? 1, reduce the use of chemical and hazardous pesticide. It is not that just ban all the chemical fertilizer. It will have serious implication, it will solve, it will help the environment, but people may die of hunger because there is no food available. So, we have to take a small but robust step for long term change. Nutrient losses, reduce nutrient losses by 50% while retaining soil fertility, resulting in 20% fertilizer. I think you would have seen lot of government initiatives were there to get the soil health card and to see how much fertilizer is required. It is not that every soil requires large amount of fertilizer. Certain crops, they do not need any fertilizer. So, you have crop rotation, number of different protocols are there, and lot of what used to be KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and all those are, they do a very good job on advising farmers how to grow and use different techniques. Antimicrobials, reduce sale of antimicrobials from farmed animals and aquaculture. Even for human antibiotics, you cannot buy it in Europe unless until you have prescription. Here you got a cough, you just go and buy an amoxicillin, then throw it. That all is causing antimicrobial resistance, because this going in the water, bacteria are, like same thing happened with the COVID. One virus came in, within 2 months a new version came in, the new version came in, they have rapid response to adapt. So, in that way, how we can get antimicrobial agents, we can replace natural, or which can be a natural antimicrobial. Well, most of antibiotics are natural, but again we have to have the way how we reduce the usage of antibiotics. Organic farming, that means how we can promote more of organic farming. So you would have seen all these points from the national media. Apart from the political news, you might be seeing all those agendas, what is required to remove the pesticides, nutrient leaches, antimicrobial, organic farming. The problems are the same globally. So how this can be there? By altering on-farm activities. Yeah, that is all related to pre-harvest, harvesting. Till that point, this is step A. Second one is disruptive technologies. So if you'll see United Nations Sustainability Developmental 17 goals, the critical part related to disruptive technology of processing is directly related good health and well-being and responsible consumption and production. So where we can use a technology? As you will see, this is a raw material, step number 1. You can place any product over here, whether it's fish, dairy, meat. So what's the most important one? You analyze the raw material quality. Yeah, one is a disruptive technology, that is destructive technology. That means you test each and everything. If you know when you would have studied, you would have got an example of bulbs. A company produces 5,000 bulbs every day, and they have to check the strength of the bulb. So what they will do? They'll try to break it. Yeah, but you have to take the sample out of it. But that's a destructive. You are wasting at least 5-6 different bulbs every cycle. So how we can have a new technology which is not destructive? That is, again, you have your hyperspectral imaging tool, NIR spectroscopy, infrared, thermal imaging. Yeah, all those technology to check the raw material quality. Second one comes novel disinfection. So any product, example, take for example apple. If apple is there, you do the visual inspection, or you do with certain types of imaging tools. Yeah, whether it's a camera or color sorter or different techniques are there. Then you have to disinfect the product, whether you use it for juice purpose, to make a jam or jellies or any other product. Then you just now saw cold plasma, ozone, natural antimicrobial as an alternative to chemical. So there are different advantages are there. You have seen plenty of literature is full of all these technologies. Third one is processing technology. Same apple, if it is converted into apple juice, how you are going to process that apple juice instead of thermal processing to create better product, whether it's pulse electric field, high pressure, ultrasonics, or you name it, you can use over here for liquid food. Or if this product is used in a frozen condition, so you have different type of freezing system, whether it includes cold chain or CAS. Have you heard of this cell alive system? Yeah, cells alive system is a freezing technique where a water molecule is frozen then and there. That means when freezing happens, you would have seen if you keep an ice cream, you take out of the freezer, let it melt and put it back. What happens? Texture is gone. Why it happens? Because water is having a good tendency to coalesce together and makes a needle shaped structure, and it ruptures the cell and it causes turgidity and texture. The cell alive system doesn't allow it to happen. Then you also have a pre-treatment of high pressure pulse electric field to control the crystal size so that you have a better texture, or else to remove those carbon fluorocarbon refrigerant, or to use a new technology for freezing. Then in all this process you have one of the element, that is waste. Waste is generated. If apple is used for apple pectin, apple is used for apple juice, what is the waste you are going to generate? Pomace. Yeah, and then how we can valorize that in different places. Then you have a packaging technique. Whatever product is made, whether it's a juice or a product, how we are going to use either active packaging system, smart packaging, or to use biodegradable packaging material. Yeah, and the last one is end product quality assessment. So, the same technique whichever is used for raw material quality assessment, some of those can be retrofitted to make end product quality assessment. Yeah? Does this make sense? So, you can put in any product and you can alter the unit operations. Each and every 1 to 7 different steps are related to unit operations. Together we make a process. So, focus is to improve food quality, valorization of side streams, byproduct or a waste, reduce energy and water requirement along the chain, to produce clean and green solutions, new interventions for developing new product which can help your nutrition, health and wellness challenges. Yeah? We got 2 different steps. One is altering on-farm activities, all to do with the production, processing technologies to develop different types of product, and third one is waste scenario, that is how to establish zero waste. How many of you seen this one before? 3, at least 4. Good. 4 people have seen in after daytime. Yeah. So this what we have already seen in afternoon. Yeah. So some of the figures and some of the slide you'll see in coming lectures will be coming back again and again. That is one of the way of making a thing circular. Yeah. And this also you have seen. Yeah. Well, you saw it because there was India after this. Yeah. So this is drawn in terms of greenhouse gas emissions as the 3rd biggest continent in terms of food waste and food losses. Yeah. This was there. This was placed over here. This was this side. Now it's gone that side. Right. Why it is so? Because first one, all the food waste. What is its implication? Yeah. I have to put these figures back again just to prove the point. It is responsible for 21% of fresh water, 19% of fertilizer. How? Fresh water is understandable, yeah, because you use a water, potable water to process a product that goes as a waste. That's one, and second one is again polluting the natural water bodies. All those things are calculated. Fertilizer, how come? Very simple. That much amount of fertilizer was used to produce that food product. Yeah. Suppose 1 ton of 100 kg of food needs 1 kg of fertilizer. Out of that, if 20% is lost, so that means 200 gram of fertilizer is also gone as a waste. Yeah. Make sense? Whereas the same waste goes as a biofertilizer. Your colleague in the morning, she is not here, she was saying we can use it for fertilizer, so we can compensate with that, correct? So, third, arable land, same calculation, amount of food which was produced goes as a waste, amount of land required to produce A, B is landfill. That means land is required for storing all this waste. And if you have to ever see what is the best country of using the waste, not only the food waste but also city waste, how best it is managed, the perfect example is Singapore. They use it, it's a very small island country, best economically, and how they manage within their limited land. Yeah. Now landfill volume. What is called the place Gazipur, having a big piles of food waste and burning the food waste, not food waste, all those city waste and everything. Yeah. So that's called landfill volume. So this is the waste scenario. So how we can make zero waste approach? Now you know what is important, right? So far we dealt with 3 stages. One is altering. My writing is just like a medical doctor's writing, you know. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's difficult to write with this pen, even though my writing is not that great. So altering on-farm activities, A. B is disruptive technology. Yeah. C is zero waste approach. Yeah. So these are the 3 different things. Now I'll go with some of the case study, and blue bioeconomy is one such case study. And whatever you will see now next few days, including today, all these are really happening. If you really want to see what is happening in those one, feel free to contact me, and even if you want to see it, you will find all the website where the activities are carried forward. You put it the same word on the net, you will find exactly the same. Yeah. Now, first case study is dairy processing. How many of you are aware of dairy processing system? So some of the people, they are lactose intolerant then. So single source of dairy milk is cow. You get fluid milk, yeah. We process it, cream, cheese, butter, milk powder, infant milk formula, what else? Number of different product comes in, yeah. What are the side streams produced out of dairy processing? Whey protein isolates and yeah, go on.
Whey protein, mainly whey proteins they are producing. So apart from that, spoiled milk also even is a part of, like some of the even lack of proper cold storage system, some batches may be spoiled. Then wastewater from the dairy industry, that also contain high amount of protein. And
so milk, if it is spoiled, what is done with that?
I have seen recently some studies are like cotton, like textile industry they are using.
Yeah, paneer and all. Even like suppose milk is spoiled. Milk is mainly spoiled. You know about the process called thermization. Yeah. Have you heard a process called thermization? Because if you see the dairy cooperatives, A farmer gets the milk at 6 o'clock in the morning, B farm gets the milk at 7 o'clock, C farm gets at 9 o'clock. It goes all to the cooperative to process the milk. They can't be running the process for 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock one. So first and foremost what they do is they do heat it to a certain temperature to inactivate enzymes. Yeah? Am I correct in saying that? What are those enzymes? Alkaline phosphatase. Yeah? So that means it alters the pH, causes the milk to spoil. Yeah? Even though it is not spoiled pathogenically, yeah, or microorganisms are not there. To store it for certain time, then they go for processing, yeah. So in nutshell, this is it, what you're saying is correct for the smaller farms and other one, right? So historically, as you know, cows are sacred and they are in one way as a complete sustainable farm. There was a German traveler who wrote how a cow can sustain a family whereas money cannot. Cow produces, suppose a local cow produces 2 liters of milk, 1 liter you keep it for your own family, 1 liter you sell it to buy the other stuff required. Whatever you get as a cow dung is used not only for fuel but also for making it antibacterial and whatever at house, whatever we go in the villages. So that makes a complete sustainable model. That's why there are a lot of stories are there. Somebody wants to have a kg of a gold or a cow. Yeah, people will go for a cow, not for the gold. Yeah. So that's one. Anyway, take an example from this particular process. Whey protein and isolate is a big business, right? Then now after having this, started looking for alpha and beta lactoglobulins, hydrosylates, polylactic acid, sugars and other derivatives, that is lactose. And you heard about PLA films, packaging film, coming from where? Lactic acid, right? So there is no waste generated from the dairy industry as far as Ireland is concerned, right? And you make array of different types of product for consume. But what is the specific side stream which is not looked after? Oops, sorry. Wastewater. What do you do with that? Nothing. Goes to wastewater treatment plant. You agree? I am talking of the water not only used for cleaning of the animals and other one, yard, machine, CIP, COP, cleaning in place, cleaning out of place, all those activities requires huge amount of water. What we do with that? That's still a waste. So it is not zero waste, correct? Yeah? You want to say something? Okay. Second one is seafood. Now this is, blue one is quite complicated. Dairy is quite straightforward. You know, it's only one liquid product, we process it. Now, if it comes to seafood, whether it's wild harvest or aquaculture, this example is given only for seafood, not for the plants. Another one. You have fish fillet, fish cake, sausages, sauce, ready to eat, ready to serve, ready to consume. A lot of different products are there. Yeah. I'm not going to go into each and every product, so you'll have a lot of products coming out of it. So whatever side streams are there, what all we can obtain? Fish protein. Yeah, it's very simple process for extracting fish protein. Lipids and oils from the side streams. Proteins, chitin, chitosan and other pharmaceutical products. Yeah, and all these things will go through in coming lectures. So I'm not going to go into details of each and every one at this stage, and this is only by using fractionation, conversion and different separation technique. So here again we can valorize number of side stream different ingredient, but still the biggest challenge comes with the same wastewater. Yeah. So what happened to this particular wastewater? Wherever you go, any other factory, they have one thing called wastewater treatment system. Yeah. All the wastewater is collected, it goes into a tank, and what is done in this case? Yeah. Through aeration for what? To reduce BOD and correct, and that's okay.
Reduce the BOD and increase the microbial activity to degrade the organic wastes.
Correct.
Then many separation techniques are done in the process, like initially remove the big particles, then it goes to sieving, and filtration techniques are there, and finally aeration is carried out. After that decanting was done.
Correct. So this is full wastewater treatment system, right? So BOD, COD, aeration, that means you're putting in air, you're putting in energy, then you are using a flocculating agent, yeah, alum, to get the sludge, and that sludge is reduced amount, and that sludge goes as a landfill, right? Yeah. That is the common process, and then water is of some standard which can go back to the natural water. Yeah. How we have a process or how we deal with that water, because now EPA stands for Environmental Protection Agency. Regulation is the water which goes back to the natural water bodies should be same as drinking water. What we'll do with that? You understand what I'm saying? So any wastewater which is dumped back to the natural water is not like all the rivers are getting polluted, everything is dumped into the water, even wastewater treatment systems are not in place. Now problem has gone much more advanced. The water quality of the natural river should be the same as the drinking water is going into the rivers and water. Yeah. So this can reduce the BOD and COD and a sludge. And sludge itself is a big problem. What we do with the sludge? Yeah. What are the options? Yeah. Sorry.
It is used for biogas production due to the sludge processing technique.
True.
Like dumping the sludges and the methane gas is produced from that
And
process.
methane can be used as energy. That's good. You made my work bit easier. It was coming in, yeah. So that's one. If energy is produced by using methanogenic bacteria to produce an energy, yeah. Now, what energy is produced, there is still a biomass is left, yeah. That's biofertilizer. Now, what we use in the sludge is all the aluminium and all those type of flocculating agent. So, what will happen, that aluminium which is left over after energy and everything goes back to the soil. Soil system is imbalanced, correct? So, those things are there, right, but there is some solution. But if we question each and every solution, we will never arrive to some solution, right. So, that is again the problem with the wastewater. So, biggest challenge itself, one is sludge whatever is produced, but how do we make a water coming out of that sludge of a quality which can be dumped into the river, yeah, or how we reduce the water usage into the food industry. These are two areas which are critical for using a technology, yeah. Now, other role is when we are reducing a BOD and a COD, so that all the water coming from dairy industry or a meat industry or for brewery or from seafood sector, what nutrient it contains largely? Nitrogen, phosphorus and all those minerals in a form of soluble protein or so. If that water is used to cultivate the same duckweed or same cyanobacteria or other microalgae in a controlled fashion, we create a new biomass, yeah. That means converting inorganic nitrogen phosphorus into organic form, yeah, and then how we use it as for different products, yeah. This is one way of bioremediation, you can call it, or to use it as modifying the water quality and then producing another biomass, yeah. So, that is one of the biological way, and this is what you will see if you will see the sequence of the lecture down the road. You will see how we are producing and how this can be done, and this is done at a scale at the moment, yeah. And millions of euros has been invested in establishing these biorefineries on site and on practice, because why industry is putting in money, because they cannot dump the water what they used to, yeah, because water quality has to be same as a drinking water, then what you will do, yeah, or pay heavy taxes. So, this is what you said about urban waste. This is ongoing project at the moment, that is to do with circular biocity waste. That means whatever the wastewater sludge or municipal solid waste coming in, anaerobic digestion, you are going to get an energy, yeah, you get solid and liquid digester, yeah, and then different treatment, agrochemical extraction, that is humic and fulvic acid, yeah, these two are biostimulant, very expensive ingredient when it comes to different types of plants and whatever you call it, aquaponics, hydroponics and different systems. Liquid fertilizer, the solid one goes a bioash, char or hydrochar, yeah, or to use this one to make an activator. Most of the carbon is gone here, but whatever is left to get a biofertilizer is still the challenge remains the same as I mentioned about aluminium, and this was accounted when the plant trials were carried out on the soil, yeah. So far it was so rosy picture, that's nice, you can get number of different chemicals, but aluminium toxicity or higher amount of aluminium coming into it, yeah. So, this was there, one of the undergrad means graduate students said, oh, that's good, we can extract the aluminium, so aluminium is important metal. Well, nothing wrong in that one, you know, that's one thing. So, that's one thing how the plant trials are carried out, and then you have your hydrothermal liquefaction, pyrolysis of these chemicals and to get energy related to this, yeah. So, this is done at a larger scale and based on EPA one, Environmental Protection Agencies, industries funding, and this is Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine, that is basically is Ministry of Agriculture or Food, we call it as a department. So, this is what is circular city bio waste, yeah. And here you can characterize any of those solid waste and to follow the sequence of it, yeah. Do you agree with this? Yeah. And this one, fulvic acid and humic acid extraction is highly alkaline solution. For 24 hours you heat it to get maximum amount of humic acid and fulvic acid. So, we were involved in making a process which takes 7.5 minutes to get maximum amount of humic acid and fulvic acid, that by using a cavitation technology. So, everything is streamlined in a sequential manner, yeah. That is used as a disruptive technology, yeah. So, it is not only the cleanness or neatness of the diagram what you see here, but there is already a couple of PhDs and researchers are working on this to doing all the plant trials. And then soil trial, soil was estimated, the mineral profile of the soil and microbiome, everything was okay, but aluminum level was going up, yeah. So, before it is taken into the practice, those points has to be addressed, yeah. Any question? If you have any good suggestion, let me know, we can implement it then, yeah. So, everything goes in a live format in the sense any of the project goes in, any of the suggestion comes in, does not matter how basic it is, but those are incorporated into it, because Rome was not built in a day, yeah. It takes lot of different concepts to get to this one. One person can only do anaerobic digestion, best possible bacteria, best possible microorganisms, best way to tap that energy, and then to see how we can reroute the CO2 or how we use different pre-treatment, yeah. So, and then this again life cycle assessment to see what is the impact of different processes. Now, how many of you are involved in protein extraction? Somebody said in the morning novel food protein as a microbial source of protein, right. So, when you extract a protein from plant or from any crop, so how many of you know how to extract a protein from pulses or from canola meal or from any source? Yeah, Mike.
So, from plant protein there are different methods are there. For example,
simple one, simple.
Isoelectric precipitation.
Isoelectric, that means you have a solid material, you add a water with the different ratio 1:20, you take any extraction, forget about the protein alone, 1:20 ratio, 1:10 ratio, add it, you stir it, yeah, you get an extract, then you dry that extract, yeah, or you precipitate that extract, the water is there, that goes as a waste, yeah. So, a nutshell, if to extract to obtain 1 kg of plant protein, we need at least 200 kg of water. I am talking about the processing water, not talking about the cleaning water and all is a different story. Because if soybean or take it as any other crop contains 25% protein, so 1 kg of that biomass will produce 250 grams of protein, yeah. Is the best case scenario if everything is extracted. So, if we take in 200 liters of water, that will have all the soluble sugars, soluble solids, yeah. Again it can go through the wastewater treatment and all those stuff whatever we discussed in the previous one. So, how that can be used is by using alternative microorganisms and then to go for microbial fermentation, that means microorganisms which can consume that sugar to produce the biomass. In the case of dairy wastewater is lactose, if you use lactobacillus cell to consume on that particular sugar, lactobacillus itself will form a source of a protein, yeah, it will generate a biomass, yeah, that is microbial source of protein. Yeast hydrosylates you would have studied, all the sugars which are non-fermentable or fermentable sugars, any of the sugar biomass by giving hydrothermal treatment or liquefaction, if you use a microorganism, they will eat that particular microorganism to produce protein on its own. Example is your mushrooms itself grows on the compost and that produces different bio ingredients. So, this is another way how we make use of biomass to protein, and this is actually again related to national challenge, which was on a 3, like you have startup challenges, similar way how we can make use of a zero waste biorefinery for any given process. The focus mainly is on the liquid waste, which we don't think about. You only focus on the solid waste. But what about the liquid waste, which is one of the most important resource related to water, because water is disturbed, water ecosystem is disturbed, we have a lot of issues then. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah. Now, so this is related to EU circular bioeconomy. If you go on to this particular website, impress-he.eu, what you will see, this is the bigger 6.8 million euros program, yeah, which involves 8 academic partner, that is with us, TEAGASC being the lead, and then we have couple of, this is a company, Bantry Marine Research Station, which produces seaweeds, that is producing macroalgae, is back in County Cork. This is an institute which does most of those economic assessment of different processes. To do life cycle economic assessment, New Algae is a company who is producing this microalgae from the wastewater, and then we have your this, oops, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Food Scale Hub to see the businesses, how to create a value chain. Syntef is another company looking after the fish food product. Escol Innovation is an Israeli company who is producing the duckweed, what I showed you from the wastewater. So, the whole process, this is what will be from tomorrow onwards, we are going to cover different lectures. Commercially processed fish or seafood, we can generate wastewater or solid byproduct. How we convert these into food ingredients, food products, biopesticide, biofertilizer, biopackaging and feed ingredient. So, that is where the whole of design of this particular program is, food and feed value chain, and underutilized species or LTS, low trophic species, how we can convert into different ingredient. Yeah. This is the program which started in 2023 and which will be finishing by 2027, and there are more than 55 researchers across Europe are working on this, plus Israel, they are working on to achieve this circular bioeconomy in the area of blue bioeconomy. Yeah. So, what you will see, and examples given previously was all to do with different crops, dairy and other one, how we take a translational approach from different sectors into marine one, and from seafood you can go into the other sector. That is why in the morning opening address I was saying, you will see some of the things, you will get an idea and then try to implement onto different crops. Yeah. So, this acronym was impressive, pretty much same as this one. Now, this is another one we just started. As you can see, IMTA I mentioned. What was IMTA stands for? Morning we talked about IMTA.
Integrated multi-tropic aquaculture system.
Exactly, that is good. At least one was fully awake in the morning. That is great. Thanks. So, this is actually in the center of the country. Ireland is not a big country. From here to here, it is around 200 kilometers. It takes 2 hours to reach from this point to this point. Yeah. So, this is a peatland where, as you can see, this is an aerial shot of this place, and all these thing is water, and green one is all the duckweed, and there is a fish growing in it, and that particular duckweed is using the nitrogen which is coming from the fish production to produce a biomass, and that particular biomass will be used for food and feed purposes. Because duckweed as a source of protein has already been approved in multiple countries to use it for human food, and which been used quite extensively in Southeast Asia. We do not use it, but it is the best for animal feed if we are not using it for food purpose. So, this is the basically a shot of this, and this is operating at technology readiness level of 8 to 9. That means when we talk about different technology, you got an idea, TRL 1, the first stage of development of technology. You prove a concept 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 9. 9 is implementation at real life scenario. So that Mount Lucas site is almost couple of hectares of land, and over here different sensors, that is cloud computing, that is digitalization. The water will be used to grow seaweed, not microalgae, macroalgae, as well as to grow duckweed, what you have seen the green one, and whatever fish is produced is processed, and the side stream, all these things will be used to develop a biorefinery for both feed and food value chain by using a technology. Yeah. Government has invested 5 million euros, and if you even Google circular IMTA demo, you will find how much has been gone in to achieve this circularity. Yeah. So it's not only at a research level but also at different stages of implementation. Yeah. So to conclude, how we can make a robust balance between 3 E's. What were 3 E's? Ecosystem, environment and economy. Yeah. And this is what exactly what happens. Environmentalists want one thing, economists want one thing. Yeah. What the best one is to how to get a proper balance. So remember, transformation and translational approach. Yeah. How you can transform a side stream into value added product, and how you can translate A approach with B biomass. Yeah. That's very, very important, and this is called copying, but copying with a bit of sense and to have innovation or innovative copying. Yeah. It's just not to copy like, oh, dairy protein is very good, so fish protein is good, but fish protein is having its own issues, smell. So if you are able to get rid of fish smell, you are a millionaire. Yeah. That's only simple innovation is required. Yeah. But that's complicated, because that is because of what? TMA, trimethylamine. Yeah. How can you get rid of trimethylamine to get rid of fish smell? You might come up, oh, we can encapsulate it, we can do this, right? Come up with an idea, and then you have a protein, fish protein, which can be used. Yeah. Some people who like fish based product, those fish ingredient can be used into the soup mixes and all. Yeah. So that's the way to come up with the translational approach. Now technologies are available, but we need innovative translation. Yeah. It's not that we say, oh, I work on high pressure, use the high pressure technology, you can make a product. No, that's not the approach. Yeah. Technology is there, but where to use it, when to use it, and how much to use it is very, very important. Other one is food system approach or value chain approach is the way forward. Yeah. You got any, suppose you go and buy a land or something, you'll see a lot of trees are there, another one, and you want to make a house of it. So you try to make use of each and everything whatever is available on the land. But when it comes to these type of research challenges, we don't do that. Yeah. So even if your task of the PhD is produce food proteins or protein from oil seeds or to use anaerobic digestion or to make an energy, but you only focus on energy, you don't see other value chain. Yeah. If you see other one, or to see what other peoples are doing on a related business, so that you can make a system. Yeah. So then you can make a food systems approach and value chain, and that's the way you will be able to solve lot of issues. So with these three things what we discussed, what is food systems approach, resilience versus sustainability, some of the case studies how best we can make zero waste approach, and 3 different ways we can balance economy, environment and ecology or ecosystem by using on-farm activities. That is not only to do with the pesticide or production, but also how you make use of straw and other things, Second one, deploying disruptive technology along agri-food chain, and third one is to achieve zero waste approach. So the main focus, I was drifting more towards the waste water side of it, because lot of solid, there are plenty of examples are there. Yeah. So with this, thank you for listening. Any questions?